Valendo.
Bom dia a todos, todas e todes.
Good
Eu sou André
morning, everyone.
Mesquita,
My
eu
name is
sou
Andre
curador do
Mesquita.
MASP e
I am a
também sou um
curator
dos
at the
organizadores
Museum
da
of
série de
Art in São
seminários que nós
Paulo. I'm
realizamos no
also one of
museu,
the
junto com
curators
a
and
área de
organizers
mediação em
for the
programas
series of
públicos.
webinars that we
Sejam
have
todos
at the
muito bem-vindos
museum.
a esse primeiro seminário que a gente está
Welcome to the
organizando
very
do
first
tema Histórias da
seminar that we
loucura,
have
da
for the
loucura e do
histories
delírio,
of
né? Esse é o
madness and
primeiro seminário
delirium.
dedicado a esse tema.
This is the
Esse
first
eixo
seminar that we
curatorial,
dedicate
nós vamos
to this
desenvolver aí
topic.
uma série de exposições monográficas e uma exposição
In this
coletiva
track, we're
e
going
uma
to
série de
have
programas públicos em
monographic and collective
2027.
exhibits for
Então, esse seminário
2027.
é uma primeira introdução a esse tema. É muito
This
importante
seminar
para
is
nós
our
sempre
first
realizar
introduction to this
seminários
topic,
com 2 ou 3 anos de
and we
antecedência
always hold
antes do
seminars
eixo
2 or 3 years in
curatorial, porque é a
advance
oportunidade
before
da gente
our
apresentar para o
curatorship
público
program,
as
because this is a great
pesquisas
opportunity
e
for
alguns
us to
temas
share
que
with
nós
the
queremos
audience and to
desenvolver nas
share with the
nossas
public
exposições e
the
programas
research and the
públicos,
topics
e
that we
também a
want to
oportunidade
develop in our
também
exhibits and
de um
public
estudo, de uma
programming.
pesquisa curatorial,
This is also
né,
an opportunity
que
for us as
nós
curators.
desenvolvemos e que é muito importante para o
We
museu.
develop research
Eu
here, and
quero
this is major
primeiramente então
for the museum.
agradecer aos
So
participantes do
first and
seminário,
foremost,
né?
I'd
Vamos
like to
ter
thank
duas
everyone who's
sessões,
here.
né? Hoje, manhã e à
We're going to be
tarde,
holding two
e
sessions,
amanhã
today
também
and tomorrow in the
duas sessões
afternoon.
pela manhã e pela tarde. Quero agradecer aos
Tomorrow we'll have
participantes desse
sessions in the
seminário.
morning as well, just
Antes de
like
tudo, eu
today.
gostaria então de me
And
autodescrever,
actually,
esqueci da
before we get
autodescrição. Eu
started,
sou
I should
André,
have described
é,
myself.
tenho cabelos
My
curtos,
name
de
is
barba
Andre. I have
grisalha,
short
estou
hair,
vestindo uma blusa
a gray
azul, uma
beard.
camiseta
I'm
preta,
wearing
e
a
no
black
fundo
shirt and a blue jacket.
dessa sala tem
And in my
uma estante de
background,
livros.
I see a bookcase
Então,
with lots of books.
passada aqui a autodescrição, gostaria de Abdoulaye Aminken, a Dana Cambeba, a Lassane
We
Sec,
have Adana
Marco Marius,
Cambeba, we have Lassani
Cláudia
Sek,
Bolchal, Elielton
Claudia
Ribeiro,
Bolshoi,
Euripides
Elielton
Júnior,
Ribeiro
Gláucia Vilas
Jr.,
Boas,
Glaucia
Vitória
Vilas Boas.
Ruim, Ingrid Bombain,
We have Ingrid
Javier
von Bein,
Teles e Rafael
Javier
Kuhn.
Teles, and Rafael Kunin.
Todos os seminários que a gente realiza durante, enfim, as
Among other
apresentações desses
speakers.
seminários também são muito importantes para nós, porque elas são
These
base
seminars are
também
also very
de uma
important for us
publicação
because they work
que
as
a
the
gente realiza
foundation
sempre no ano,
for something that we
dedicado a esse eixo
publish for the
curatorial,
year.
que é essa
It is
antologia.
dedicated for our
Nós
curator
organizamos
work.
sempre todo ano uma antologia de
It's this
textos, né?
anthology.
Nesse ano de
We
2025, a
always
gente
put these
lançou em
texts
setembro
together.
a antologia de histórias
For
da ecologia.
2025,
E
we
aqui
had
nessa
this
antologia
book
vocês
published
encontram
in
não só
September.
textos de referência sobre o tema, mas também textos que foram baseados
Here
nas
we see
apresentações
texts not
dos
only
3
about a
seminários que a
certain
gente
topic, but
realizou
also
de histórias da
texts based
ecologia.
on
Para
presentations
histórias da
that we
loucura e
had
do delírio, a
on the
gente
three
deve então
seminars regarding the
publicar uma antologia
environment.
de textos em
For the histories of
2027.
Delirium, we're going to be publishing
Quero
our
também
anthology in
agradecer
2027.
a organizadora desse seminário, que é
I'd like to
a
thank the
Kaira Cabanhas,
organizers of this
curadora que
webinar.
está
We have
trabalhando com a gente,
Carla
né? A
Cabañas.
Kaira, que é diretora associada de
She's
programas
a curator
acadêmicos
working
e
with us.
publicações no Center for Advanced Study in Visual
She
Arts na
works
National
at
Gallery
the
of
Center for Advanced
Arts, em
Studies in
Washington,
Visual
D.C.
Arts at the
Também
National
quero
Gallery of
agradecer a
Arts
Glaucelina
in
Brito
Washington
e
City.
a Bruna
I'd
Fernanda,
also like
que
to thank
organizam a
Glaucia
atividade de mediação em
and
programas públicos
Bruna, who are
do
organizing our
MASP, que
public
organizam com a
programming at
gente esse
the
seminário.
MASP
Então,
Museum.
como eu disse, nós vamos ter duas sessões, né? Uma pela manhã e
As I
outra à
was saying,
tarde.
we're going to have two sessions,
Cada
one in the
apresentação
morning, one
dura
in the
cerca de 20
afternoon.
minutos e é importante que
Our
o público
presentations are going to be
participe
lasting
enviando
around 20
perguntas no
minutes
chat do
each.
YouTube.
And it's very important
Então,
for our audience to be
incentivamos a participação de
participative and
vocês
to
nesse
send us
seminário
questions and
enviando
comments in the chat
perguntas.
on YouTube.
Eu gostaria então de
So
passar
please
a palavra
send us
para a
your
Kaira
questions.
Cabanhas, que fará
I'd
uma
now like to
apresentação
hand it over to
para esse
Kyra
seminário.
Cabañas, who
Então,
is going to be
aproveitem
introducing this
hoje e
seminar.
amanhã. Muito obrigado e
I
fiquem com
hope
a
you
gente
enjoy it.
nesses 2 dias de discussão do
Thank you for
Seminário
being
Histórias da
here, and
Loucura
I hope
e do
to see you
Delírio.
here
Então,
today
passo a
and
palavra
tomorrow
para a
to
Kaira
talk
agora. Muito
about
obrigado.
the histories of madness and delirium. Kyra, please take it away.
Olá, bom
É,
dia.
Hi, good morning.
Olá, bom dia. Eu sou a Kaira Cabanhas.
Good morning. My name is
Cabelo
Kyra
castanho,
Cabañas.
encaracolado,
I have brown
vestido
hair.
preto, como sempre.
wavy hair. I'm wearing black as usual, and I have a bookcase behind me. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Adriano Pedrosa for inviting me to be here and to be a co-organizer for this webinar. I'd also like to thank the MASP team with Andre, Glaucia, Bruna, and Emmanuel for their support, as well as the speakers and mediators. Our goal with this meeting is to explore the relationship between art and psychiatry and cross-cultural differences in relation to experiences in Western culture as it defines visions, dreams, and delirium. This is a double movement for me. On the one hand, it is important to destabilize Western definitions of what is normal and what is pathology, and to acknowledge how the histories of traditional psychiatric institutions are exclusionary and underpinned by discriminatory notions of race, gender, sexuality, and ability. On the other hand, my hope is that this seminar captures and unpacks how the entanglement of psychiatry and coloniality enabled authorities to label various populations as deviant or insane, quote unquote, and to remove them from their communities. Today, we will hear speakers address the creative practices of women who experienced psychiatric confinement, as well as a second panel that will address care networks that included the presence of professional artists at Engenho de Dentro at Saint Alban in France. We'll end the day with an artist, Javier Telles, who has consistently collaborated with psychiatric users and aimed to disabuse of the West of its sanity. By exploring non-hierarchical forms of relationships and interdependence, tomorrow our speakers will turn to how in indigenous cultures madness is not seen as an illness, but can be interpreted through cultural lenses such as spiritual phenomena, supernatural forces, and care that often involves traditional healers. In the afternoon, we'll consider how film serves not only as a documentary of the oppressive histories of confinement, but also as an opening onto collaboration and participation, including the circulation of patients' work in cultural programs. So my hope is that this program foregrounds past and present issues of representation and self-representation at the intersection of art and care, confinement and creative imagination, artists and psychiatric reform. And my hope is to turn to contemporary artists and cultural players whose work enables participatory processes of belonging with difference, promoting an expanded understanding of the multiple ways of being in the world. With this interdisciplinary framing grounded in expanded histories of art, the seminar builds on activists' challenges to the clinical frame's perpetuation of social stigma. From the perspective of art history, we challenge conceptions of art that limit its field of action to its legitimating institutions, whether that's museums, galleries, or art schools, as well as Western academic discourse. Following the logic of radical psychiatry, it is not the mad who need to be cured, but rather society and disciplinary institutions that are both ill and in need of care. This seminar presents a plurality of research. I welcome everyone to learn with our distinguished presenters and speakers. Thank you.
Obrigada, Kyra. Meu nome
Thank you, Kyra. My name is Isabella Rigelli. I'll be introducing you to our first speaker. But first, let me describe myself. My name is Isabella Rigelli. I'm a curator at MASP. I'm a fair-skinned woman. I have short, wavy hair. I have glasses on. I have two golden earrings. I'm wearing a black shirt, and behind me I have two types of paintings.
Vou dar início à apresentação do Elielton e aproveito também para
So let me
lembrar
start with
a
Elielton.
todas e todos para enviar perguntas
And
durante
please
a
remember
nossa
that you should be
conversa
sending
aqui,
us
durante a
questions
apresentação dos
throughout our
palestrantes, que nós,
conversation.
ao final, teremos um momento de perguntas
At
e
the
respostas,
end,
cerca
we'll
de
have
20
an opportunity
minutos. Eu
for
vou
a
ler algumas das
Q&A.
perguntas que chegaram no chat
So I'll be reading
para
some
os
of the
nossos
questions that we got in the
convidados.
chat.
E é isso que eu gostaria de lembrar a todo mundo.
This
Vou
is what I wanted to share
apresentar
with you.
Elielton Ribeiro,
Let me now introduce you
curador e
to
pesquisador,
Elielton Ribeiro.
bacharel em
He's a
História da Arte
curator
pela
and
Unifesp
researcher.
e
He
mestrando
has
pelo programa de
a
pós-graduação em
bachelor's degree
Feminidades e
by
Museologia
Unifesp.
da Universidade
He
de São
works with
Paulo,
museum
com
studies at the
pesquisas
University of
sobre
São
o
Paulo.
médico e crítico
He
de
has
arte Osório
research
César,
on doctor
o
and
Museu
art
de Arte
critic
Osório
Osório
César e
César.
artistas que estiveram
Also, their
internados como
museum and
pacientes no antigo
artists who
Hospital
were
Psiquiátrico do Juqueri,
hospitalized in
tais
the
como Aurora
psychiatric hospital
Cursino
of
dos
Juqueri,
Santos, Albino
like Aurora
Braz,
Cursino dos
Yotiro
Santos,
Acaba, Massaio
Brás,
Seta, Maria Aparecida Dias, Ubirajara Ferreira
Yotiro
Braga,
Acaba,
Lourenço
Massaio
Serrato
Seta,
e Esteban
Maria Aparecida Dias,
Chisbach.
Ubirajara
Espero ter
Braga,
pronunciado o
Lorenzo
nome dele
Serrato,
corretamente.
and Istvan
Elielton, te
Chisbach.
convido aqui
I hope I
para a
pronounced
nossa
his name
primeira
correctly.
apresentação do dia.
So,
Obrigada.
Elielton, please take it away as our first speaker for
Oi,
today.
Isabela, tudo bem? Consegue me ouvir?
Hello, Isabella. Good morning. Can everyone hear me?
Maravilha. Muito obrigado pela
Great.
apresentação, Kyra,
Thank you for
André,
introducing me.
Adriano,
Thank you,
MASP e
Kyra,
toda a equipe.
Andre,
Agradeço imensamente pelo
Adriano,
convite.
and the MASP
Eu
team.
vou
Thank you for having me here.
aqui projetar a apresentação.
Let me
Ver
start
se eu
sharing my
consigo
screen.
iniciar. E vou fazer também uma breve audiodescrição.
And I'm
Conseguem ver a
going to be
apresentação?
providing you with my description as well. Can you see my presentation?
Sim?
Yes, we can.
Obrigado. Como
Great. Thank you for
Isabela
confirming.
apresentou, meu nome é Elielton.
As Isabella was
Eu
saying, my
estou
name
nessa
is
tela
Elielton.
aqui, mostrando que estou de óculos,
I'm
cabelo
wearing
curto,
glasses.
sou um
I have
homem
short
pardo,
hair.
portanto negro,
I'm a
e
brown-skinned
estou com
man,
uma
so I'm
camisa
black.
preta com alguns grafismos rosas.
And I have a black shirt
E
with
tem texto de
pink
apoio,
detailing.
eu vou me guiar a partir do texto para também não
I have a
ultrapassar o tempo
text to
de
read
20
to you,
minutos.
and I want to
Minha
comply with
apresentação
my
será sobre
allotted time of
artista
20
Aurora
minutes.
Cursino dos Santos,
I'll be talking about artist
com o título
Aurora
Aurora Cursino
Cursino
dos
dos
Santos, Quando a
Santos.
Noite Desce.
We're going to be talking about Aurora Cursino dos Santos, When Night Descends.
A aurora, ela pode ser a claridade que aponta o início
Aurora
da manhã,
could be
antes do
the
nascer do
light
sol.
that points to the
Diante
early
do
morning
princípio e do
before
início da
sunrise.
manifestação de alguma coisa.
Faced with
O
the
nome
beginning and
também
the beginning of the
anuncia
manifestation of
artista
something, this
imersa em
name
cenas
also
noturnas,
announces an
com seus
artist who is
mistérios e
immersed in
personagens
nocturnal
nas
scenes
profundezas de ambientes
with her
escuros
mysteries
para
and
lançar
characters
luz
in the
sobre
depths
realidades
of
e
dark
corpos
environments
dissidentes.
to shed light
São
on the
histórias da
realities of
loucura e do
dissident
delírio,
bodies.
das
These are
mulheres, da
stories of
sexualidade,
madness
da
and
diversidade
delirium
sexual
of
e de
women,
Brasil
sexuality,
renegado
sexual
que quer se
diversity,
libertar.
and a Brazil that wants to be freed.
Nas relações de gênero e sexualidade,
In
diversos
gender
foram
and
os caminhos que
sexuality
levaram homens
relations,
e mulheres
there
para
were several
mansões.
paths that
Para a
led men and
historiadora
women
Magali
to
Gouveia
asylums.
Angel,
For
no caso de
historian
pessoas
Magali
do
Gouveia
sexo
Angel,
feminino,
in
há
the
uma
case of
predominância da
females,
associação da
there is
loucura
a
com a
predominance of the
suposta natureza
association of
feminina,
madness with a
enquanto no caso de pessoas do
purported
sexo
feminine
masculino,
nature, while
sobressaíam
in the
distúrbios
case of
mentais,
men,
ao não
mental
cumprir papéis
disorders
sociais
stood out when they
heteronormativos.
did not
Os
fulfill
coloridos distintos das
heteronormative
lentes
social
utilizadas
roles.
para empregar sua
The
expressão
different
gênero
colors of the lenses
aprisionava
used
as sexualidades e as
imprisoned
afetividades
male and
masculinas e
female
femininas, e
sexualities and
desviando da ordem
affections.
moral, logo era visto como
Whoever
patológico, como
deviated
bem a
from the
Kyra
moral
também
order
comentou,
was
e
soon
que
seen
dialoga
as
também
pathological, as
com a
Kyra was
Ingrid e
saying,
com
and this
Mari
also
nas
has to do with
apresentações.
Ingrid and the
A
other
quem,
speaker in their
aos dois agradeço também
presentations.
por poder
And I'd
dividir
like
também
to
esse
thank
espaço
them
com
as well
esse
for being
diálogo.
my fellow panelists and
Aurora
reflecting
Cursino
upon
dos
these
Santos
concepts.
é uma artista do século XX que
Aurora
esteve
Cursino
como
dos Santos
paciente no
is from the
Hospital
20th
Psiquiátrico do
century.
Juqueri, no qual
She
produziu
was a
diversas
patient at the
pinturas.
Juqueri Psychiatric
Construiu
Hospital where she
conjunto
produced several
consistente de obras
paintings.
que
She
elucidam
escapes,
como uma série.
but this is not a
Há
closed
indícios da
series.
trajetória de vida
There are
dela
indications of her life
da
journey,
possível
reports
maternidade
of
e do
prostitution,
tratamento que recebeu
potential
no hospital
motherhood, and the
psiquiátrico.
treatment that she
A
received
escrita
in the
foi
psychiatric hospital.
estilisticamente inserida
Her
em suas
writing
produções
was
pictóricas e
inserted
acompanha
in
imagens
style
de
in his
denúncia,
pictorial
violências,
productions
desejos,
and has
memórias e
images
delírios.
of complaints, violence, desires, memories, and delusions. Front and back are confused as used the two sides of the same support to create different works. When there is a back in her work, we see the reuse of materials as Adam's bubblegum plates that would be used for cutting and assembling packaging. In this sense, we subvert industrial use by inverting what would be front and back, bringing it inside out from the hidden part of history with the surplus of resources to express herself in a search for reinvention and a process of reaffirming life. We can see the back of her work with the Adam's bubblegum packaging. In this essay, we look at this artist's work and its various fragments with the aim of bringing them together and creating grafts to broaden our field of vision in the face of open wounds that require suturing. However, these are deep and irregular to close at the edges. We need to look inwards as Aurora Corsino summons us through her own gaze. I, Aurora, as she wrote in one of her works between portraits and self-portraits. In one of her self-portraits, Aurora, es Caipirinha, is an inscription that sheds light on the artist's origin. She is from the city of São José dos Campos in the countryside of São Paulo, where she had an unwanted marriage and she ran away. Soon, she left the life that was being imposed on her and sought other ways of living. She worked as a maid, unable to settle in a job, and worked for years as a sex worker until she was admitted to an asylum. She spent 3 years at the Perdizes Psychiatric Hospital, and in 1944 she was admitted to the Juquehi Psychiatric Hospital when she was already 48 years old, where she remained until she died in 1959. Among the medical views, the artist was initially given the diagnosis of amoral psychopathic personality, and later she was classified as a paraphrenic schizophrenic. Among other interpretations of a clinical reading that culminated in a lobotomy in 1955, which is what appears in the catalog of the exhibition Images of the Unconscious as part of the Rediscovery exhibition. In view of the above, they are probably data accessed in medical records as documents of medical truth in the assumption of disease among stories told and analysis made, while the artist's works present assumptions of lives. For Caesar, Aurora had hearing delusions, was verbose, and invented neologisms. At a certain point, the reading goes against the works because, in line with the desire to talk constantly, the artist also liked to describe her paintings, narrating facts of a long life journey before being hospitalized, and describing images of delirium as a possible resource of her process of elaboration, creation, and invention. She placed herself as a little friend of King Louis XV of France, not far from Els Blankenhorn, who chose Emperor William II as her spiritual husband. In the case of Aurora, she evokes the role of lover, since in another painting she portrayed the Marquise de Pompadour and Madame du Barry. Aurora Corsino was portrayed by Alice Breau in 1950 at the invitation of Maria Leontina to record what was happening in that space, envisioning a publication by the magazine called Habitat, coordinated by architect Lina Bobardi and edited by MASP, in which the photographer worked. However, they were not published during this period. The first public exhibition of these photographs only took place more than 50 years later in 2002 as part of the exhibition Art in the Unconscious, 3 Visions on Juquery, promoted by Moreira Salles. In one of the images, Aurora appears seated with her eyes closed, holding one of her works is still in the process of elaboration. The finished work is in the collection of the Osório César Art Museum, where the portrait reveals itself to be a self-portrait among many others. In this work, her eyes are open and shaded with the characteristic contour that deepens the eyes. In another, even more widespread photograph, Aurora Corsino is standing next to the wall of the Juqueri Pavilion with an exhibition of her works. A label with the artist's name identifies her in front of works that are found in aesthetic choices that are easily identified as works by Aurora. It should be noted that after brief passages of modernist artists at Juqueri, such as Tarsila do Amaral, Lazar Sigel, and Flávio de Carvalho, it was Maria Leontina who began to attend Juqueri in 1950 as an artistic advisor of the plastic arts section. According to Carvalho, this invitation was made by physicians Osorio Cesar and Mario Yan on the verge of the psychopathological art exhibition in Paris as part of the first international conference on psychiatry in 1950, in order to assist them in the organization and selection of artistic works, especially Mario Yan, who sent a collection in his name representing the hospital, and Osorio Cesar, who sent a Juqueri art collection as a personal collection, which was still exhibited in another French institution years later. Part of the works were donated to the MASP collection in 1974.
She joined Juqueri in 2023, had as one reference as a psychiatrist and also professor of art. It was in 1925, dedicated himself to studying, promoting, and disseminating the works created in the psychiatric hospital by patients who, over time, were understood as artists, accompanied by adjectives such as alienated, primitive, brute, unconscious, and unusual in the field of art, while having clinical readings in the field of health as a result of pathologies. Unlike, or contrary to this view, the Dr. Juqueri, in this case Cesar, acted as art critic in newspapers in Sao Paulo and was curator in exhibitions as a tools of promoting art, works, artists, and several things that happen in psychiatric institutions. As external facts, the exhibition in Paris was added to the exhibition organized by Osorio Cesar at MASP in 1948, and the exhibition Nine Artists from Engenho de Dentro, Rio de Janeiro, at the Museum of Modern Art of São Paulo, MAM, in 1949, organized by Lorival Gomes Machado, Nízia da Silveira, and Almir Mavinier, to achieve the officialization of an arts sector in the structure of the Juqueri Psychiatric Hospital. In 1943, there was already a painting workshop in the hospital, integrated to a set of activities for the promotion of labor therapy or work as therapy. In this sense, ventilating the understanding of art as therapy and art as work. In 1949, the Fine Arts section was created, directed by Mario Yan during a period in which Osorio Cesar was in France for a specialization course in social psychiatry. Upon returning, he assumes the direction of the sector. In 1956, as far as it is recorded, he made official the use of the name Free School of Plastic Art, ELAP. Aurora Corsino was present at the three moments mentioned, before the eyes of doctors and artists such as Maria Leontina and Alice Brill. In 1995, many years after his death, he was once present as an inspiration for artistic creations in Juqueri studio, integrated into the Osorio Cesar Museum that was opened in 1985 in the portrait by Heloísa Vaz. In the portrait, Aurora Corsino, the artist patient of Birajara Feira Braga, paid attention to painting the recurring motifs in the artist's work. In the 1950s, weekly present or every 15 days at the Fine Arts section, Maria Leontina dedicated herself to teaching new techniques such as India ink, watercolor, pastel chalk, and oil, and proposed ideas such as organization of a permanent exhibition at the school in which the patient's co-works were replaced by new ones. With a curatorial eye, the artist transformed the space that was being configured as a studio as also as an exhibition space, attributing the productions as a corpus of art and consequently their creators and artists, thus going against the performance of Osorio Cesar, who years before promoted exhibitions in exhibition spaces of modern institutions in São Paulo. As far as we can record, Maria Leontina's attitude provided the first exhibition space within Juqueri, sticking to individual exhibitions by each artist to observe their creative and individual processes in a space for collective use. as we can see in the photos of Aurora Cursino, a background, an orange background at the Pinacoteca of São Paulo with works of Maria Leontina with its art from Juqueri. Actually, Alice Breu took photographs of works by Albino Braz and João Rubens Neves Garcia, and the artists were also photographed, as we can see in some of those images. They are close to the works of making them drawing or painting, which makes it easier for artists to identify themselves with their productions. Aurora Cursino made a portrait of João Rubens Neves Garcia, accompanied by his writing as part of the composition. There, she inserted, "This is Rubens, the Brazilian painter made by Aurora Cursino." There are parallels between the position in which the artist finds himself in the work and in one of the portraits of photographer Alice Breu in Juqueri in 1950. In turn, through one of the photographs, it is possible to have access to an image of Rubens' work in which the artist is portrayed in the fine arts section with a pen and ink on paper. From the artist's point of view, it is possible to see Aurora. This dialogue also transpires in the materiality of works in the collection of Osório Serra, the Museum of Arts. Used to creating on both sides of the same support, the artist shared one of them. On one side, Rubens, on the other, Aurora. The work illustrates cooperation in a social environment that enabled the exchange and interaction between artists and patients in a psychiatric hospital. By recognizing Rubens as a Brazilian painting and following his signature, Aurora also recognized herself as an artist. Gerard and Berman analyzed that Aurora knew how to read and write, as well as painting, maybe playing the piano. In face of many artistic references resorting to literature and music and paintings with a formal aspect, the artist seems to have had contact with canvases and paints before her hospitalization at the asylum. Aurora inserted Zequinha de Abreu in some of her works while she was the muse of the composer who dedicated the song A Noite Desce to her, described as a student and perhaps the one who taught her how to play the piano. As he wrote in a letter to his brother Theo in 1888, Van Gogh wanted to light up the night to paint it. The starry night created a year later during his hospitalization in the sanitarium of Saint-Rémy meets his desire with an anemic night sky and spiraling stars. In the words of the artist Flávio de Carvalho, those who consider madness a great night without stars, they are mistaken, shedding light on the expressive capacity of psychiatric hospitals in defense of an art produced by those who were stigmatized as crazy and isolated from social life, as happened between the walls of pavilions of the Juqueri psychiatric hospitals. The phrase was coined by modernist artists in 1933 regarding the Club of Modern Artists, which in that year hosted the Month of Children and the Insane. The event was organized by Flávio de Carvalho and Osório César, with a series of conferences and an exhibition with works by artists, patients from Juqueri, and drawings by children. In the same year and the same environment, they created the Teatro da Experiência, Theater of Experience, with the play Bailado do Deus Morto, the Dance of the Dead God. In the face of censorship which was approaching him, the artist wrote that it was hot and starless night. The night came back to haunt Flávio de Carvalho, while he kept Aurora Cursino present. The announcement of the morning of a new day is sometimes confused with the night in an asylum in which you lose the notion of time, day and night, as they are mixed in Aurora work. On a tall clock in the central area of Juqueri, there is a phrase in Latin in free translation, those hands is high, the life flows, even if they are stationary. They dictate the time within the psychiatric institution, spaced out but without losing control. For Basaglia, the doctor's hand is the hand of power. The Italian psychiatrist, in turn, coined the concept of civil death for the psychiatric hospital as a place of annulment of subjectivity, loss of rights, and social marginalization in a critique of institutional power. In this sense, for Goffman, the individual needs an identity kit as good of an individual relationship with himself, as well as a safe place to store those objects and instruments. On the other hand, the psychiatric hospital acts on personal disfigurement. Aurora Cursino, in turn, proved to be resistant to the power that the psychiatric institution could exert over her subjectivity, at least until the fateful moment of the aforementioned lobotomy she suffered. Her works present several situations that she experienced in prostitution, so intense, stigmatized, and criminalized that she arrived at the psychiatric hospital very experienced with the institutions of control and annulment of her existence. Jihad and Berman recalled that a whore should not claim rights, much less over her body as a work tool. Aurora's works are vibrant memories with morbid looks that so early participated in exhibitions and were institutionalized as a reflection of the artist's own reality. MASP, amongst exhibition, public programs, and the collection, is part of the history of art at Chuqueri. He received exhibitions with the production of artists that were patients of psychiatric hospital in 1948, before the officialization of a sector for artistic creation in the structure of the asylum. In 1954, he received another exhibition reaffirming reading was works of art. In view of this, Pietro Maria Bardi, in a letter dated 1974, accepted the donation of 102 works from Chuqueri artists from the collection created by the doctor and art critic Osório César. In 2000, Araci Amaral donated works by Japanese artist Yoichiro Akaba, who was also patient at Juqueri and attended ILAP. In the same year, Aurora Cursino participated in an exhibition in Brazil that called Psychoanalysis and Modernism, which highlighted figures such as doctors Franco da Rocha and Osório César. The works donated by Osório César to MASP were exhibited in 2015 in the exhibition Stories of Madness, drawings from Juqueri, curated by Adriano Pedrosa and Luisa Pressa, announcing curatorial cycles of stories in the following years, in addition to removing the classification of art of the alienated and diluting the works in the collection of Brazilian art. In the line that follows, Juqueri is also inserted in the Stories of Madness and Delirium in the face of a future like the dawn. Aurora, described so many times as whore, crazy, and artist, reveals the reality of many women. In this time, as high women's, it is a tragic life, not for what she is or does, but by what it is done to her. Such reflection is a call upon the responsibility of works, such as the works of artists and artists in particular, since the dropping of biography in the process of the artistic work. Curatorship in the name it demands practices of things and presentation of works to be received aesthetically and socially, to talk about certain violences without restaging them and relighting their perverse effects. Considering the materiality of the work, we should think about different devices that can present the two faces of works in the same support. Cut in the scene wall to present two walls, two parts of the same exhibition as it was selected in the Osório César Art Museum, or in a support that lateralizes the exhibition of the works. As it was shown in the museum of Osório César, and also the works in the 35th biennial in São Paulo, or as you can see, this last support of Lina Bobard with no front or back. However, that's never had an individual position of this fragmentary work between light, shade, and the words that was someone that was heard, even though the content of her words could have pathological readings, the expression of life beyond a clinical picture and a situation that is based on reports and has an understanding of self, considering the change, opening ways, and narrating events and deliriums. And the creative processes allow specific situations or scenes, and the look arrives before the words. When the night comes, the time of visiting the exhibition is closed, and then you take the decision of not letting the works and artists in the dark. The choice of keeping them away from light should be only temporary, as a way of conservation to make the materiality of the work to last longer, to several other readings that may boost art and artists. The night sometimes is lit by artificial lights that clear ways as it keeps others ways. It molds spaces and scenes in choices of what will have light and what will be in the dark, not very far, the lighting of works in exhibition and curatorship, as they are kept in the darkness of collections and pavilions of an asylum. In the dead of the night, as an outcast, the figure of the prostitute is also associated with care, the acceptance of various desires, and the hidden affection in an embrace in the shadows, in the role of the lover that Aurora evoked. In the social sphere, there's a world there. So there is always a later when the birth of Aurora indicates that a new day is coming. Thank you very much.
Obrigada, Elielton.
Thank you very much, Elielton.
Nossa, que
Wow.
alegria te ouvir.
It's a great joy to hear
Eu aproveito também, acho
What
que um dos livros que
wonderful
você menciona
study.
esse aqui,
One
né?
of the books that you mentioned is this one, of Silvana Gerard and Joel Bierman of Veneta Publishing House. I recommend it if you want to know more about this great artist, Aurora Cursino. I take the opportunity, we're getting some questions. I'm keeping them all so that we can read them at the end. I'm going to take the opportunity here and I'm going to invite our next speaker, Ingrid von Beim. She studied art history and modern Germanism at the University of Berlin. In 2003, she completed her PhD with the influence of Lindler. Since 2009, she's curator of the Silver Prize Museum, and she published several things: Surrealism and Madness of Els Buckenhoff, and The Life of What is Real, and Forget Me Not, a psychiatric patient in Lights of Zoomed in 19...
Desculpa, gente, o inglês falhou aqui.
Sorry, failed my English here. She says, around 1900s, Don't Forget Me, psychiatric patients and life in the asylums around 1900s. I then invite you, Ingrid, for the panel to make your presentation, and towards the end, we will continue with the Q&A session. Thank you.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for your introduction and thank you for the invitation. Do you hear me clearly? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Then you will postpone the slides for me. So this is just the cover. You can show me the next, please. Yeah, that you all know where I am located in the south of Germany, in Heidelberg. And this is our museum of the Prinzhorn collection, which was founded 2001. This is a former lecture hall of neurology. And next year we will have our 25th anniversary. Next, please. Next, yeah. This is another perspective. You see our logo of the collection it's a self-portrait of Joseph Forster, a patient of our collection, and he thought that he's so light that he needs weights to prevent him to take off. And this is the era of the psychiatry of the University of Heidelberg. Next, please. So I will do a little historic introduction. You see here the psychiatrist Emil Kraepelin in his office, and he was 12 years from 1891 to 1903 in charge of the psychiatric clinic of the University Hospital in Heidelberg. And he established a collection for study purposes, which included drawings by patients in Heidelberg. Kraepelin is best known for his classification of mental disorders. He differentiated two forms of psychosis: dementia praecox, later named schizophrenia by Eugen Bleuler, and manic depression, a bipolar disorder. Next, please. Karl Wilmans was his former assistant, and he became 1980 to 1933 the head of the Heidelberg Psychiatric University Clinic after Kraepelin. And Hans Prinzhorn was trained in art history and medicine, became Wilmans' assistant in 1999 in Heidelberg. The two men had met during World War I in a military hospital. Together, they expanded the collection, sending letters to asylums and private institutions in German-speaking countries, asking for pictorial works. And until 1921, they collected around 5,000 works from 450 different patients. Mostly drawings, but also paintings, sculptures, textiles, and written documents. And today, the collection contains about 40,000 objects dated from 1840 to 2024, also works from still living patients. Next, please. So you see Hans Prinzhorn, and he published in 1922 his publication, his book Bildnerei der Geisteskranken, translated as Art History of the Mentally Ill. And it got an enthusiastic reception, especially by artists and art experts. Max Ernst, for example, took the publication to Paris and made it known in surrealist circles. And originally, Hans Prinzhorn had planned to include Else Blankenhorn in this publication, where he introduced 10 schizophrenic masters. But he cut her out from financial reasons, and he planned instead a monograph. But that didn't work out, and he died 1933 without publishing it. Next, please. But he published in the same year of art history of this mentally ill also an article with the title, "Are there schizophrenic stylistic features in the artwork of the mentally ill?" And he, to the disappointment of his colleagues in psychiatry, said, no, you can hardly figure out stylistic features. And the psychiatrists hoped for like a diagnostic tool, but they didn't get it from Prinzhorn. He published in this article 2 paintings of Else Blankenhorn. I will come back to them later. Next, please. 1933, the clinic director Karl Wilmans was fired because he did not support the National Socialist Party. His successor, Karl Schneider, did support the Nazis. He worked as a so-called T4 expert. T4 is an abbreviation named after the street Tiergartenstraße, Tiergarten Street 4 in Berlin, the headquarters of the euthanasia program. Schneider decided on the life and death of inmates based on the information in the files. More than 70,000 patients were killed between 1940 and 1941 in 6 extermination centers. And Schneider lent around 100 works to the organizers of the defamatory traveling exhibition Degenerate Art, including also 7 paintings of Blankenhorn. These works were misused as reference material to defame modern art and artists. And here you see 2 pages of the exhibition guide of the Munich exhibition 1938. 2 self-portraits of Blankenhorn in the middle, the under painting down, you see Else Blankenhorn in a self-portrait as a bride of the Emperor Wilhelm II, and he wears the characteristic moustache. You can always recognize him on this little feature. Next, please. Here you see a photograph and portrait of Else Blankenhorn. This was made by Ferdinand Keller, a professor who was at the Art Academy in Karlsruhe, and a friend of the family, who portrayed Else Blankenhorn for her 21st birthday, her legal age. Next, please. And here you see her family with the servants on the estate of her grandmother in Mülheim. And you see her with the red frame and her parents. On the right side, her grandmother and her siblings. And you see it was a really rich family. They possessed an own vineyard. You see the map, the map of the vineyard. And it was a family of the high society in Karlsruhe. Next, please. This is the biography of Else Blankenhorn shortly. She was born 1873 in Karlsruhe. Her father was a professor for viticulture, that's the science and study of wine. She had 5 siblings, and she participated in the social life of Karlsruhe, the seat of the Grand Duchy of Baden. And the Great Duke, that's important here, was a big fan of the composer Richard Wagner. I will later refer on that. 1899, Else Blankenhorn lost her singing voice without apparent physical cause. There is a possible trigger I will explain later. Then 1899, she was admitted at the Swiss private clinic Bellevue in Kreuzlingen. This was a really famous psychiatric institution, and the stay of 1 month was the cost of a salary of a working class family. So that you have the impression that it was a really famous and very expensive private clinic. When she was released, she lived with her grandmother in Mülheim. And then when her grandmother and her father died within 2 months of each other, there was a new crisis, and she returned to the clinic in Bellevue, 1906. And 2 years later, we know that she began her artistic activity, paintings, drawings, translations, and musical compositions. After the war, in 1919, her family transferred her to the German state asylum because they couldn't afford the cost in the expensive Swiss clinic anymore. And she died in 1920 of cancer. Next, please. So you see her in a self-portrait as a singer. Also the cover of our exhibition catalog. In 2022, we did a retrospective exhibition of Else Blankenhorn. Next, please. And another self-portrait, she shows herself with grape wines in the landscape. And we know that she said, that's from her file, I used to seek and find peace in singing and in landscape. Nature and music were really important aspects in her life. Next, please. And here you see on the left side a self-portrait with grapes as notes. And you see here the fusion of music and nature. And on the right side, you see a self-portrait as a composer. Next, please. Else Blankenhorn staged herself in this photography under a tree, and she did that also in her paintings. The Lost painting in black and white was published by Hans Prinzhorn in his article 1922, and you see a heart. And this heart stood for Wilhelm, the emperor. She called it my Wilhelm heart. And the emperor was the man of her heart and her husband in spirit. Next one, please. Prinzhorn published this banknote. We still have it in our collection. She always painted on the back as well, retro verso. And he wrote as an explanation, banknote with garden angels. The angel with a big head is herself, who is married to the emperor. The banknotes serve to finance the resurrection of the dead, which is what she is entrusted with. And as an inspiration for her banknotes, there could be an example, the 100 mark banknote of the German Reich. Also with these little angels. Next one. We know from the medical files that she started to paint in 1908. And on this drawing, she wrote, work of the eternal life by the Empress and her husband Wilhelm. And she dated it February 1908. And this other banknote says 36,000 billion mark, Empress Else, Emperor Wilhelm. And it's with a stamp of the German Empire and the imperial eagle as a legitimation. Next, please. I will show just a few examples of her banknotes with different amounts and fantasy currencies. And we have more than 100 of these banknotes, always painted on the front and the back, recto verso. Next, please. Also examples. Next, please. Quadruplonen, quintuplonen, these are her fantasy currencies. Next, please. Nonanta duplonen, centuplonen, so 9 and 10, always getting bigger and bigger. Next, please. Other examples. Always recto verso. Next, please. And here you see these banknotes are not so carefully and meticulously designed as the former ones. Perhaps with the inflation after the World War I, she thought and recognized the money is getting less. So she did more and faster produce her banknotes. And you see that in the stylistic impression as well. Next, please. Here you see 1 million Centuplonen gold, which is titled Die Ausgrabung. That means the excavation. And in the admission interview at the Constance Reichenau Asylum, the German one, in 1919, Blankenhorn explained to the doctor that she was married to Emperor Wilhelm and to her nurse Bertha. They are all me. She had an own private nurse called Bertha. She lived in two rooms of her own. She had her own furniture. She had also an own private piano. She was playing on it. So this musical theme is important again. Also the musician as angels. And she said to the doctor, together they have accomplished that there is no more death and that the dead are raised. Next, please. You see on the right the excavation. She is cleansing the dead. And on the left, the resurrection itself. On the top, you see the Emperor Wilhelm II with this characteristic moustache again, flying in the sky. Next, please. In the medical file of the Bellevue Clinic, 1980, there is a note. It says about this painting. It was a view of a large house, but you could also see the rooms inside. In each room, there is a bed with two people lying in it. A large cross hangs on the wall. The house is built for all married couples who are buried in the churchyards, but who, in the patient's opinion, are not dead. They are now redeemed. So it's always interesting when we find some explanations in her medical files about her work when she told this the doctor. Next, please. You see this self-portrait again as a bride with her husband, Wilhelm II, that was included in the Degenerate Art exhibition, as I mentioned before. Next, please. And here you see a companion piece with herself as the flower violet, the viola, and the royal Christ with a crown of thorns. And the flower violet is, in the language of the flowers, a symbol of longing for an ideal, untainted relationship. And it is it's popularly known as Little Bride Mary. It's the name for this flower in German. So it is the symbol of the divinely married. And this divinely married notion she did several times also on her banknotes. Next, please. We know that the painter Ernst Ludwig Kirchner was at the same time also in the Clinic Bellevue, 1917, 1918, and he saw Blankenhorn's paintings. The psychiatric Binswanger showed it to Kirchner. and he wrote about it in his sketchbook. And he commented this painting, The Red Rider, in his sketchbook. He wrote, "A cow," on the bottom, you see it, "a cow with a green woman's head standing to be mated, isolated on the black circle of longing, waits for the red rider on the red horse to pounce. A vulva," on the left side, you see the vulva, "a vulva flutters open in ecstasy on the orange sky." So I ask, is the vulva rather a butterfly and a symbol of resurrection in this painting? Next, please. Such a symbol of resurrection you can, for example, find in an old reliquary. And Blankenhorn used also the butterfly in her paintings as a symbol. Next, please. And now, who could be this Red Rider? Is there a reference? And yes, we know it is the Major General Max von Holzing-Bärstedt, called the Red General. He was famous for being an accomplished horse rider. And he is the nobleman Else Blankenhorn would have liked to marry, but he married her best friend Elsa von Seldeneck instead. And that was probably the reason for her loss of her voice and her first psychological crisis. Next, please. This painting is not in the collection in Heidelberg, but in a private collection, Dammann in Switzerland. And you see the Emperor Wilhelm II as the Swan Knight Lohengrin. That's the opera of Richard Wagner. Blankenhorn called it Lohegrün in German, and that means the green torch. You can see kind of a green torch on the left side as a flower with a red flame on top. And the emperor was probably her substitute for the nobleman Max von Holzing-Bärstedt she would have liked to marry. And the emperor was for her also a savior, like Lohengrin in Richard Wagner's opera. Next, please. She mentioned this opera on a banknote, and also she wrote down on the top, "Divinely Married, Lohegrün Opera, First Act." And the opera Lohengrin was first performed 1850, and she referred to this opera several times in her work, and she identified with the main character of the opera, Elsa, as a soprano part, and Blankenhorn as a singer, and the same name, Elsa, that was a really good identification for her. And Karlsruhe, her birth town, was called Wagner City because many Wagner operas were put on stage there, because this emperor, the Duke of Karlsruhe, the Grand Duke, was a big fan of Wagner. So here is the connection. She probably saw not only one opera, and especially Lohengrin as well. Next one, please. Here on the right side, you see also a self-portrait with the Emperor Wilhelm as a swan, as a white swan, and also a corn plant as a phallic symbol. A therapy student reacted to this painting with a film, and I show you a film still, and this woman has the form of a phallus and is protected by corn leaves. So Blankenhorn also tried to hide her sexual symbols and did it only very subtle or secretly. But she also did sexual symbols, although her husband was only her husband in spirit. Next.
3 more minutes, please.
Next, please. So this is also a painting of Blankenhorn, abstract painting. She didn't only do figurative forms, but this has also a lot of sexual energy. At least Kirchner would have thought that. Next, please. So at the end, I show you just our exhibition hall. That was the retrospective of Else Blankenhorn in Heidelberg. Next, please. This was the exhibition in Gugging in Austria. Next, please. And in our actual exhibition with the title Who Am I? Images of the Search for Identity, we also show works of Else Blankenhorn, because she depicted herself in several roles, for example, the singer or the woman in nature. Next, please. Also an impression of our exhibition. And next, please. This is a little introduction to the Prinzhorn collection in English, so it has much more aspects I can't really introduce you to, but if you are interested, this is a book I could recommend when you want to know more about paintings, works in the Prinzhorn collection and different themes. Thank you very much for listening.
Obrigada, Ingrid, pela fala. Obrigada também ao público que está nos mandando perguntas.
Thank you, Ingrid, for your lecture. Thank you for the audience for all the questions, and we're going to move on. I'd like to invite Bart Marius. I'm going to introduce him briefly. Since 2020, Bart Marius has served as director of the museum Dr. Ghislaine. Before that, he worked as scientific collaborator on several temporary exhibitions and publications at the museum. After training in clinical psychology, he entered the world of heritage. The in-between space a museum occupies between care and culture is an enduring source of fascination and inspiration. But I'm going to turn the mic to you, and thank you very much for your participation.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen. And in the meantime, I hope you can all hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Just a second, I have to adjust something. Sorry, I'm just struggling a little bit with my screen now. Okay, sorry. Welcome. Let me take you today to a hallway in the Caritas Psychiatric Hospital in Melle, near Ghent, a small city in a small European country, Belgium. A long, silent corridor with the smell of linoleum, cigarettes and coffee. Doors line both sides, and behind every door, a world. Not a world as we know it, but a world that has retreated into paper, pastel and gouache. On the left, Lucy Tsaak, and on the right, Marie-José van de Veegate. Two women who conduct an imaginary dialogue in this presentation, not with words, because words were often too sharp for them, but with images, colors and silences. Today, I don't want to talk about illness, not about diagnosis, not about files. I want to talk about imagination as a resistance, about how two women, each in her own way, built a cosmos against the walls of a psychiatric hospital. A cosmos where madness is not the end, but the beginning of a new grammar. It looks like... Okay, before I let them speak, I must contextualize both artists. And before I do that, allow me to briefly tell you about the museum I work for. Museum Dr. Ghislain in Ghent is located in the oldest lunatic asylum for men in Belgium, and it opened its doors in 1857. The museum seeks to break the stigma and operates at the intersection of psychiatry and art. In addition to medical instruments, archives, and an extensive library, the museum manages a collection of over 10,000 artworks. Some refer to them as so-called outsider art. The founding and focus of this museum are part of a crucial global shift. This movement, which began in the early 20th century, pulled the creativity of psychiatric patients out of their clinical context and put it in the spotlight. The Museum Dr. Ghislain functions in this tradition. It is not a usual museum, but a laboratory for dialogue about normality and imagination. By moving the works of Lucy and Marie-José from the Caritas archives to the museum hall, they became part of a movement that questions the power relations between healthy and insane. Their images speak beyond the walls to a broad public that explores the boundaries of art and psychological vulnerability. In this modest presentation, I would like to take you into the questions that my museum, within the specific context of a historic psychiatric building, as I showed you, constantly deals with. Because art in such a psychiatric context raises questions. Even though we have been reflecting on them for many decades, the same questions repeat themselves. Is it therapy? Is it art? Or is it even something else, a strategy for survival? Lucy Tsaak and Marie-José van de Veegate are two artists who worked for decades in psychiatry. Their works are not illustrations of illness, but autonomous worlds. They show how art, madness, and illness can be subtly and complexly connected. How imagination can be an answer to confinement. In a time when we speak of recovery and inclusion, their work is more relevant than ever. But let's first go to the place where both artists lived. Today, Carus Hospital is a modern psychiatric network, but it originated from a long history. In the time of Tsaak and van de Veegate, it was called Caritas. This hospital opened in 1908 as the first Belgian institution according to the pavilion system, detached buildings, humane care. Its roots go back to 1808, when the Catholic congregation, the Sisters of Charity, took on the care of mentally ill women. Caritas evolved from religious care to a center where art and expression were given a place. This history is important. Lucy and Marie-José worked in a context where art was not self-evident, but where pioneers made room for imagination. Caritas started as an asylum for women. That is not a detail, but a key to understanding Lucy and Marie-José. Women's psychiatry was controlled by Catholic nuns that sometimes maintained order very forcefully. Long women's asylums were worlds of silence and dependency. Art offered a way out, not as a therapy, but as a space to speak without words. Lucy and Marie-José used that space radically. Their work is no decoration, but a manifesto. Both show how art can be a strategy against powerlessness. Art in psychiatric institutions was, however, not of importance, of course. The idea that visual expression could be a key to healing only arose late in the 20th century. And you already heard about Hans Prinzhorn from Heidelberg, who collected patients' works and saw aesthetic value in them. And later, the French artist Jean Dubuffet took these works out of their clinical context and, in contrast to art culturel, coined the term art brut. And after these international pioneers, key figures such as Blokker and Utier followed in my region. They laid the foundation for studios where drawing and painting were no longer merely occupational therapy, but a way to give a voice to those who had no words. These pioneers viewed things differently. Professor Rudolf Blokker, born in 1904 and died in 1980, was an influential Dutch psychiatrist and an art historian. He was the director of a psychiatric clinic in Franeker and one of the first figures in the Low Countries to scientifically examine the visual art of people with psychological vulnerability. His work lay at the intersection of psychiatry and art theory and influenced the early thinking about studios and institutions. In 1962, Blokker published the book Geschonden Beeld, translated as Artistic Self-Expression in Mental Disease. 90 works by people with schizophrenia presented as an illustration of a disease pattern. And he wrote, if one wishes to include spiritual freedom, a conscious choosing and restructuring in the concept of creativity, then one can hardly speak of creativity in most schizophrenic sufferers. So for Blokker, art was therefore primarily an aid, a way to keep patients occupied. And today we look at it differently. In Flanders, we see another pioneer, Michel Utier. Utier was a Belgian psychiatrist and a key figure in the development of art therapy here in Belgium. In 1963, he established the first studio for visual therapy in Flanders, in Kortenberg, and started from a different idea than Blokker. Not everyone can speak, but through drawing, painting, or clay, people can realize emotions. He saw art as non-verbal means of expression, a way to process traumas and experiences. The Kortenberg archive contains thousands of works, mainly by women. It shows how important these studios were for people who had no words but did have images. Lucy and Marie-José transcend these two theoretical frameworks. In response to the doubt of Blokker, yes, there is creativity, but perhaps not as he defined it. And contrary to Utier, the work of Tsaak and Van de Veegaten is not an illustration of therapy, but forms an autonomous cosmos. In addition to this predominantly compelling medical discourse, we can and we should add an artistic discourse for our own national context that is theoretically and conceptually very important. This is Jan Hoet, a resonant name synonymous with contemporary art in Belgium. Hoet was called here the Pope of the Arts by the press. He is the founder of SMAC, our most important museum of contemporary art in Ghent, and virtually for all of Belgium. Jan Hoet was also and he was involved in the Museum of Martha Herford, one of Geri's impressive museum buildings. He was born in Geel, a city with a unique historical tradition. Since the Middle Ages, psychiatric patients were housed in families there, also in the family of Jan Hoet. And that experience shaped his view of art and vulnerability. Jan Hoet believed that art, neither madness, are separated from life. Until his death in 2014, Jan Hoet was committed to art in general. Exhibitions such as Open Mind, Yellow, and Middlegate showed artists from the regular art world, as Beuys, Warhol, and others, alongside artists residing in psychiatry, such as Tsaak and Van de Veegaten. And this helps us not to see Lucy and Marie-José as isolated figures, but as part of a broader movement. Both medics like Blokker and Utier and art popes like Jan Hoet provided a framework. Art in psychiatry can really mean something. But Lucy and Marie-José fill that framework in their own way. They do not make an illustration of an illness, they make a world. And that is where we are finally going now. Two opposing rooms in a Caritas hallway. and we open the doors of two worlds that enter into dialogue. Lucy Tsak was born on June the 12th in 1917 in Budapest, the capital of Hungary. Due to the political turmoil under the communist regime, Tsak and her family fled the country, and eventually they ended up in Ghent. In the period before her admission, Tsak regularly visited the university library. There she read medical books and tore out pages that were relevant to her research. When questioned by the library staff, of course, she explained that she was completing her studies to become a doctor, and she was working on a research that she calls to create new living beings with blood and snow. This led to her first admission to Caritas in Melle on December the 28th in 1955, where she also died on October the 5th in 2002. For decades, she wrote hundreds of letters to her father, to noble family members, and her imaginary children. Letters that are destroyed, unfortunately. She sought contact with her father via the radio and received messages from her ancestors through the snow on the television. During her admission, she claimed to be of noble birth. What was long considered by caregivers as a symptom of psychosis, much later turned out to be true, confirmed by a family member after her death. Indeed, Lucy Tsak was really of noble birth. Lucy's visual language is exuberant, a delirium of styles executed in gouache and watercolor. In her work, she combines the opulence of Rococo interiors and golden ornaments with anachronistic and modern icons like the Beatles, next to Louis chairs, UFOs, and Persians on flying carpets above castles. Her figures are anatomically strange, but exude a grand allure. She paints women with tiaras, blue eyeshadows, and red lips, as if every detail is an echo of a grand court. Lucy signs as Dr. Tsak Lucy, as if every work is a passport to a country that does not exist. And the opulent, extravagant style, with the emphasis on precious, often false ornaments, and the identification with nobility is a clear parallel with the work of Aloïse Corbas and of Monsieur Pouladian. Lucy's art, with the inclusion of the Beatles and UFOs, represents an ultimate, excessive expression of His Majesty, the ego. As Stivo states, the monarchical dream images life within us. Lucy makes that dream visible, not as a pathology, but as a mirror of our own imagination. She shows how power implodes into ornament, how a linoleum floor can turn into a ballroom. Across the hall sits Marie-Josée van de Veegate, born in Ghent on January 31 in 1917, the same year, indeed, as Lucy Tsak. During her childhood, her parents moved countless times, and at one point, like Lucy, she actually lived in a castle near Ghent. Her youth was marked by poor health, caused by bad housing, and a turbulent family life due to the busy existence of her parents. Marie-Josée followed in her father's footsteps and studied painting at the Royal Academy of Fine Arts in Ghent. Her promising career was unfortunately abruptly ended by a violent attack, presumably of sexual nature, on the train on her way to the academy. And this trauma led to her admission to Caritas on February 28, 1947. Her medical history at Caritas was complex but pointed towards psychosis. She was treated by, among others, Dr. Evrard, who emphasized in her files on the importance of a mother figure in her life. The effect of treatments such as nascent psychopharmaceuticals and the then common electroshock therapy, ECT, had an impact on her. And as you probably have noticed, there was a major shift in her work and style pre on the left and post on the right of this slide, therapy and confinement. In Caritas, Marie-Josée developed a deep friendship with Alice de Rijke, from who you can see two works here. This bond was so strong that when Alice became too old to visit the daily studio, Marie-Josée also stopped visiting the studio to take care of her friend. Although she left the studio, Marie-Josée eagerly continued to draw. which emphasizes the interconnectedness and artistic inspiration within their community. Despite, or perhaps thanks to all this, her drawing activity remained constant until her death in 2005. Her world was more intimate and fragile than Lucy's. Her colors are pastel, pink, blue, ochre, but never green, because she saw green as a poison. Her themes are repetitive, mother and child, later idyllic couples. Her drawings were a safe space for her, a way to shape her desire for closeness and the grief surrounding the loss of her father in 1960, which she defined as murder. This compulsive repetition of the mother-child relationship reads almost as the introverted reaction to the family romance. Her art is a silent storm of imagination, captured in pastel against the medical reality of the institution. Where her studio partner Lucy Tsaak creates a kingdom, Marie-José constructs an existential shelter in which the desire for the ideal family is continually shaped, just like with the British artist Madge Gill. Gill obsessively repeated a woman's face in her work, in a desperate search for an identity and lineage she did not find in her life. So, Lucy and Marie-José, two women, two rooms, two worlds. Lucy chooses expansion, castles, palaces, golden ornaments, UFOs, and the Beatles. Marie-José chooses concentration, mother and child, couples, pastel. Lucy builds a royal court against the walls of Caritas. Marie-José builds a children's crib against the silence of the corridor. Both refuse the logic of confinement. Both say, if the world doesn't give me a place, then I'll take my own world. As you heard, we know actually little about Lucy and Marie-José. Their files are protected by professional secrecy. That is a security for the patient, but a challenge for interpretation. With other artists, think of Blankenhorn, we know more extensive biographies, research, or context. Not here. And that not knowing is not a loss, but an opportunity. It forces us to look at the work itself, not at the file. This also brings me to the critique of a philosopher who remains very relevant even today, Michel Foucault. In his study of the history of madness, he argued that the asylum was not only a place of care, but also a place of discipline and absolute power. The medical diagnosis and the file were the instrument with which the voice of the mad was silenced. Foucault says, the psychiatric asylum is a void that places the mad in an objective state of non-existence. But therein lies the power of Lucy and Marie-José. Their art is a direct answer to this non-existence. Their images speak loud and clear, beyond the protocol, beyond the secret, and beyond the diagnosis. They show that the individual, even in the most extreme form of confinement, is capable of resisting the truth of the institution with a self-created cosmos. Privacy, as Devos says, does not make these works silent, but all the louder, because they speak in images, and those images remain beyond protocol, beyond secret. So why is this relevant today? Because we live in a time where mental health is essential to the public debate. We talk about recovery, inclusion, participation, but at the same time, labels and boundaries between normal and abnormal still remain. The work of Lucy and Marie-José breaks through these boundaries. It says, don't look at the label, look at the image. Their works invite a different way of looking, a way that does not reduce, but acknowledges. For museums and care institutions, that is a challenge. How do we show these works without exoticizing them, without romanticizing them? How do we give space to vulnerability without instrumentalizing it? The answer may lie in a dialogue between art and care, curator and therapist, between image and biography. Lucy and Marie-José are not curiosities, but they are forerunners of a way of thinking in which imagination is part of care. Dear Lucy, dear Marie-José, I write to you, imprisoned in a time that is not yours, but in which your works still, perhaps even more than ever, resonate. I see your rooms, your hands, your colors. I see how you use imagination against the unspeakable. And I wonder, who among us is truly free? We, who think we are normal because we live outside psychiatry, or you, who built palaces on paper, who drew children, who may never have come, but were always there, who created a noble court in a refectory full of neon light. Perhaps art is always a form of madness, and perhaps madness is sometimes a form of art. You teach me that there is no hard boundary, only a hallway with 2 doors, and behind every door, a world that remains as long as we look, but that changes every time we turn away and reveals itself to another time and another space. Miss Zaak and Miss van der Veegaten, I am left with a question that concerns us all. What do we do with our own imagination? Do we hide it behind files, behind protocols, behind screens? Or do we dare to give it space, as you did, against all logic? Your works asked us questions that remained unanswered. Who among us is truly free? Thank you for your attention.
Obrigada, Bart, pela apresentação linda que você fez.
Thank you for this beautiful presentation.
Eu acho que nós temos 3 apresentações muito
Wow.
fortes hoje de manhã.
We had 3 incredible panels this morning. I'm still trying to digest all this information.
Do público aqui,
And we got many questions from our audience. Unfortunately, we won't have time to go through all of them.
Até a 1, então vai dar tempo
But we have until 1 p.m. Brazilian time, so we have plenty of time to have a conversation among ourselves.
E continuem mandando mais, se a gente, o tempo que a gente tiver, a gente vai ler.
And please keep sending us your questions. If we have time for them, we'll keep answering them. I'm going to try and prioritize questions that we have for more than one of our speakers.
Para todos responderem.
And when I ask a question, I'd like to make it possible for all speakers to answer them. In this case, we'll have more answers. So we have a question in English here. I'll be translating into Portuguese and you'll be hearing English. So let me ask in Portuguese in real time. This is a question about delirium. This is a question for Iliautan and Ingrid, but I think that Bart could also answer it based on his presentation, because we got this question before Bart's presentation. So please answer, all 3 of you. When it comes to delirium, how can we historicize certain deliriums, like being married to an emperor in the case of Blenkenhorn, or in the case of Aurora, she sees a friend in King Louis XV of France? What was happening politically speaking and culturally speaking to create this intersection, this kind of vision? Can we historicize this kind of social political delirium? In the case of Bart, we can include the Beatles as well, or the UFOs. So all 3 of you could answer this question. And I suggest we follow the same order of speaking. So first Iliautan, then Ingrid, and then Bart. Thank you. Hi, Isa. Thank you for this question, and I agree, great panels. I was so happy to hear Ingrid and Bart, and to think about this ongoing dialogue between these artists. So let me talk about delirium. I find this interesting. In other works, Aurora talks about well-known players. For instance, with Silvana Girard and Joe Berman, we see different characters who appear in these works, like politicians or congressmen. We have Ezequiel de Abreu. So she mentions some of these people in her deliriums, like being a friend of King Louis XV of France. And in other works, she talks about lovers. And she understands that she is a woman who was a prostitute. And she talks about the place of lovers. These are encounters. So we can think about how the place of delirium is a place where things may not have happened. She talks about being friends with this king, but we see other elements in these realities. This gives us a background to reflect on the social and historical setting here, the access she had to certain environments, the access she had to the noble in Rio de Janeiro and São Paulo, or even trips that she took, or even her work as a sex worker. We see all of these elements. We see motherhood and whether or not she had kids. So these are themes that she brought to her works, and she takes us to this place. We're trying to figure out whether these were deliriums or whether they were part of her life's history. Of course, we're tensioning these relationships and we're trying to figure out these artists. As Bart was saying, sometimes the challenge is not having access to some documents or some medical records. It's hard to have access to data, but also these documents are the medical truth and not necessarily the truth or the artist's truth. So how can we use their works to understand their intention, their creation, and also the story and the histories behind these works? And we shouldn't stop with their biography. We have to think about all of these things. So what I try to do is to reflect upon the potential delirium, but also to think about their historical setting and their social setting as an artist. Psychologist Paulo Amoranti also says that madness is a social fact. So this has to do with their social reality. Excellent. Thank you, Iliao. Done. Ingrid, please go ahead.
Yeah, how I already mentioned that Blankenhorn used her vision or delirium of being married to Emperor Wilhelm as a substitute, as a compensation of that, what she didn't have in real life. And a woman in this time was supposed to be married. Without a husband, she was nothing. And so she created herself a husband, and not only a nobleman, but even higher, a king, an emperor. So that she had the impression that the duty to marry, she fulfilled in her way. And she said that for her, the thoughts are more important than real life. That was the title of our retrospective exhibition. So she said that the reality of her visions are higher or more important than real life, because in the asylum she doesn't have a life. She just gets up and goes to bed again and nothing happens. But in her thoughts, she can create her life and her imaginations, also in her paintings. And so a marriage was something she was supposed to have, and she gave it to herself in her delirium and in her paintings and in her thoughts and imaginations. That's what I think is the function of this.
Obrigada, Ingrid, pela
Thank you,
resposta.
Ingrid.
Me fez resgatando aqui uma frase da
You know, this
fala do
answer
Bart,
took me back
que
to
eu
something that
adotei
Bart
aqui,
said,
me
something that I
fez
wrote
pensar
down
pouco
as he was
nessa
saying it.
resposta. Eu vou te citar, Bart, sendo que você
So I'm
está
going to
aqui, você
quote
pode
Bart.
comentar.
Bart is here, but
Você
I'm going to
falou algo
quote you.
como
You
sobre
said
essas
something along
artistas,
the
né?
lines
Elas não
of,
fazem uma ilustração
these
da doença,
artists do
elas
not
criam
illustrate
mundo,
disease,
né?
they actually
They do not
create
make an
a new
illustration
world.
of an illness, but they make a world. Né? Eu acho que isso me fez pensar também bastante
And I
nessa
believe this
resposta
gives
de
me
não
lots of
ilustrar
food for
algo, mas
thought when
criar
it
todo,
comes to this
né,
answer.
se
It's
utilizar
not
a
about
arte para criar
making
todo
an
esse
illustration of
novo
something,
mundo.
it's about creating art
Eu vou
to
passar
come up with a
a
whole new
fala para o
world.
Bart responder
Let me now hand
a
it over to
pergunta
Bart.
também,
Please answer this
e
question,
aí
Bart, as
partimos para a
well, and
próxima.
then we'll go to the next one.
Obrigada.
Thank you. And I actually think that you gave an explanation already for me, so thank you very much for that. Because what I think is also very difficult, and especially in the cases of Lucy and Marie-José van der Veegaard, the ones that I showed, is we don't have no access to any file at all. So the only thing that we know is because of the fact that something that I couldn't tell in this presentation, that we know the creative therapist, no, he was not really a therapist, but the artist who was working in the creative therapy of this institute with these women. So he told us a lot of stories. He's still alive. He's an important artist important in Flanders, which is very small, so not that important, but here is very important. And what we know, and what is really interesting in the case of Lucy especially, is the fact that she actually there was, during her admission in the hospital, everybody was thinking she was having a delirium. She was hallucinating the fact that she was of a noble ancestors, that she was really of nobility. And only after her life, when she died and the family got into contact with the hospital, and I could have sent it, I could have shown it. There is a letter of the family that shows that she was really of nobility. And that shows something, I think, really interesting, because a lot of interpretation is done on the work of Lucy Tsaak, that she was having hallucinations, that she thought that she lived in castles, and at the end of her, when she already died, and suddenly became obvious that she in fact was of nobility. And that makes an interesting case. Now, if the Beatles were at a wedding party that she attended, I'm not sure. And actually the work doesn't ask, I think the work doesn't ask me to think clearly about that. I think it's more an open question. She is opening a world, she's making a world, and that is, like Ingrid, she mentioned googling in your presentation. 2 weeks ago, I had the chance, and I was very lucky to be in Haus der Künstler and to visit the door, go through the door of August Walla, and then you enter an entire world, and you really step into a world. And since I was in that world, I was not thinking of delirium. I was forgetting everything about hallucinations or something that is connected to psychiatry. And suddenly I stepped into a new artistic world, a world that I need to have some like keys to understand a world, but keys that are not linked to not really linked to a biography, because I'm afraid when I'm making interpretations like of Lucy Tsaak, of whom I don't have anything except of the things that I told you about her life, I cannot go into something like a psychobiography or a pathography. I think it doesn't help to understand the work and the world that she created. I don't know if that is an answer or even more a question that I'm asking.
Obrigada pela resposta.
Thank you for your answer. So we have some questions that have arrived here. I have to edit some of them, because in the answers that you bring up, many of those questions are being answered. Some questions on whether you consider the notion of madness a symptom of social action, marginalization. This was brought up by Elie Elton, by Ingrid, of female gender. Some authors say that the pain of Aurora began in her forced marriage, and this situation that the woman many times has to face of not being, of her existence being linked to the marriage, as Ingrid mentioned as well. And for example, there was a question here that we've seen that I've just edited. But if you could comment a bit on it, how can art be this space of reparation, if there is this possibility within art, And if,
e como vocês veem, né, essas
and how
injustiças
do you
sociais
see
atreladas a
social
essa
injustices
ideia, essa
connected
noção
to
de
this
loucura?
idea, this notion
Acho que
of
essa pode ser uma
madness?
pergunta para
I
todos,
think this
para
could
comentar
be a question
rapidamente, e
to
aí, se a gente tiver tempo,
all
eu
of you
faço
so
mais
that you
uma
can
última
briefly
pergunta.
comment on it.
Obrigada.
And if we have time, I'll ask you a last question. Thank you.
Acredito que essa
I
pergunta, no
believe this
contexto também de
question
Aurora, de
in the
Juqueri, diz
context
muito
of
também sobre o
Aurora and
próprio Brasil.
Juqueri, asylum
Então, sobre
talks a
essas
lot about
inúmeras
Brazil,
histórias de
the
dores,
numberless
né,
of
de
stories of
processos
pain
também de
and
subversão,
processes
né,
of
de controle.
subversion and control.
Então,
And so
a Aurora
Aurora is an example
de uma
of
situação que
a
pode ter
situation
ocorrido com
that may
inúmeras outras
have
pessoas no
happened
Juqueri.
to
Então, uma situação
several
que
other
passou por uma
people in
superlotação
Juqueri.
durante a
It
década
was
de
super
70,
crowded,
teve,
overloaded
como
during
Marco
the
Ferraz
1970s, as
pontua,
Marco
teve mais de
Ferraz
18 mil
mentions.
pacientes no
There
mesmo
were
período.
over
Então, a gente está falando também sobre uma
18,000 students in
realidade
this,
de um
patients
pensamento
in the same period.
psiquiátrico, né, de um modelo europeu que foi aplicado também no Brasil, todo o final do século
It's an
XIX.
European model
Trazemos ali a figura
applied in
do
Brazil at
médico
the end
Franco
of
da
the
Rocha, que
19th
idealiza esse hospital
century.
psiquiátrico,
Franco da
destrange do
Rocha,
centro de
the
São
doctor,
Paulo e de
he
fácil acesso,
idealizes
que já
this
termina numa linha
asylum
férrea, por
of
não ser
easy
tão
access
distante
because there was a
do
railway. It's not
centro
so
mesmo
far
da
from the
capital, já
city
inspirado também no
center
Hospital
of the
Santa-Ana de
capital,
Paris. Então, isso envolve esse
inspired
controle
in the
social e de internautas
no,
serem desejados.
Paris
E o que é a
asylum,
loucura
and they
também desse
should
século
actually
XX, né?
have
Também
people
tentar entender
there,
esse processo de
having people
aprisionamento da
considered in
loucura,
the 20s.
né?
So
Que
there is
antes não era
imprisonment
visto
of
como motivo de
madness, what before
internação,
was not seen
né? A
as a reason
partir
for
de Philippe
hospitalization.
Pinel, tem essa compreensão
From
de que
Philippe
a
Pinel, there is this
loucura teria que ter esse
understanding that
tratamento, teria que
madness
ser institucionalizada,
should be
né? Então, essas
institutionalized
noções, né? O
and should be
que
treated, those
era
notions.
motivo de internação,
There was
como uma
reason
mulher
for
sendo independente,
hospitalization
uma
as a woman
pessoa
being independent,
LGBTQIAPN+,
a
no início do século
person that was
XX. Hoje,
LGBTQI
infelizmente, não
plus in the
compreendemos como
20th
motivo de
century.
internação e
We
nem,
do
na
not
verdade, que a
understand as a reason
internação é a
for
melhor solução
hospitalization and
no
that
processo também de tratamento psiquiátrico,
hospitalization
né? E daí que
is
vem
the
os movimentos
best
da luta antimanicomial,
solution
que ganhou
for
muita força no
psychiatric.
Brasil
So
na
we
década de
have a lot of
80,
strength in the
de pensar
1980s of
esse
thinking
movimento para
this
fechamento dos
movement to
manicômios e pensar outras
close
formas de tratamento e
asylums
de
and
diálogo, né? E
think
nesse
about
sentido,
other
a arte
forms
foi
of
uma
treatment
importante
and dialogue.
ferramenta,
Art is
né?
an
Teve esse
important
olhar
tool
da
there.
década de
It has
70 e
this
80
view from the
para
70s to
experiências do
80s
início do século
for
XX, como Hans Pies Horn, no
experiences
contexto
in the
mesmo
beginning of
alemão,
the 20th
como no
century,
caso
Hans
de Nise da
Pisson, in the
Silveira e
German
Osório
concept,
César, no
Nise da
caso
Silveira,
brasileiro.
Osório César
Então, de olhar para
in
essas
Brazil,
experiências
to
práticas
look
que
at
serviram
those
de
practical
referência para
experiences that
pensar
are
outras
reference to think
experiências associadas
about
com
other
famílias, com
experiences linked to
pacientes,
families, to
funcionários. No
patients,
caso do Juqueri, com a
staff.
Associação Loucos pela
Juqueri,
Vida. Então,
started
são muitas
associated,
experiências e
they started an
possibilidades que
association,
aí a arte se
Mad for
encontra
Life.
com esse processo também
Art
de
meets
reafirmar
in
a
this
vida.
process of
Então, acho que vai de encontro
reaffirming
também com o
life.
que
It
o Bart
goes
também trouxe.
towards what Bart has also brought up.
Obrigada, Elielton. Ingrid,
Thank you,
você gostaria de
Elielton.
comentar?
Would you like to comment, Ingrid?
Perhaps short. We have files. They show that women got assigned in asylums without any diagnosis. They just didn't want to fulfill the role of the society, or were too sexual active, and their husbands didn't like that, or their family didn't like that. So a lot of women came into asylums without any reason. And this is something you should consider as well as a social aspect of those inmates. Some women were there of reasons men wouldn't have been imprisoned. And the conditions in the asylums were sometimes very harsh. They had a 3-class system, and not like Else Blankenhorn, who was a private patient and could afford a very privileged living. They were 3 classes, and poor people didn't have the same conditions in the asylums, and sometimes their stay made everything worse, and they developed symptoms just because of the hospitalization there.
Obrigada, Ingrid. Bart.
Yeah, and
Thank
maybe
you, Ingrid. Bart.
that's maybe strange to add, but yeah, it's for me it's an honor to be here, but also to be here with someone from the Prinzhorn collection, because we once made an exhibition, or we presented an exhibition, the Irre ist weiblich, the madness. How I don't know the word in or the translation. That, in which I saw a lot of works from the Prinzhorn collection from inside hospitals and asylums for female patients, where also you could see that the use of material, that the material that female patients had could use and make art with was sometimes completely different than from male hospitals, I think. And also that is also something I want to add from my point of view in institutes, because I think for a lot of European institutes, maybe worldwide, the situation was the same in the 1960s, 1970s, very crowded psychiatric hospitals, very difficult to make artwork, I think, and not so much of creative ateliers. It's only started in the 1960s, 70s here. And then I couldn't show on the pictures in my presentation, but what you see is that, for example, Lucy Tsaak was able to use canvases to paint on. So the fact that she already in the 1960s, 1970s could make use of a canvas shows that it was that her work was really seen as artwork. That it was, and I think that in that specific case, and then it's really a specific case here in Belgium. It's only for my country that I can speak. That Melle was completely new, because you had a creative therapist in an atelier who actually wasn't a therapist, as I told, but someone worked in the atelier, an artist who saw the female who were in the institute and were really confined and locked up and between the doors of their institute. They really need to have the possibility to make art. And I think that's also the interesting case when I see the three presentations after each other, is that you have different time frames. You have a psychiatric medical discourse that is changing from a medical discourse to a more social discourse, I think, in the 1960s. And we have to be, and especially in Europe, we really need to take care of the fact that it should stay social and not become medical again, because I think we're on something like a flip side of getting back to an instrumentalizing of art that is made in psychiatry, if I look at the hospital that I'm surrounded by.
Obrigada, Bart. A minha internet deu uma leve congelada aqui.
Bart, my internet froze a bit, but I could hear your answer. And a last question to close. I know the answer to this question may be long, but let us try to at least leave a provocation for the next debate. What are the advantages and limits of this framing of art as therapy? I'd like you to briefly comment on this last question. Well, it's a question to the three of you. Well, actually, it's a long possibility of an answer. But before anything else, I believe there is this meaning of exposing how art enables as a therapeutic resource, not as art therapy, as a possibility as reading and expression. So this possibility of using materials to create and imagine new worlds, not so distant from it, is one of the understandings of Delirium, thinking of Delirium as this tool, as this possibility of creating new worlds and imagining new worlds. If we don't imagine new worlds, they actually will not exist. How to think beyond the structure that we have. How does it enable us to expand the understanding of art, artists in the framings that have already been made, of thinking as Osório César was against this vision of art as the result, the outcome of pathology. For Osório César, art was much more another sense, another meaning, the escape of this pathological understanding, and the exhibition in MASP in 1954 called Art and Alienated. Even though we had that, it was no longer used. Actually, MASP removed it, but Osório held this exhibition as a counterpoint of the Psycho Art in Paris in 1950, organized by Robert Beaumart, already saying that this art was not because of pathology. Art was another way of expression, an invention of the word. It was against actually this idea of pathology. So I take the answer more to this sense. Thank you, Elielton. Ingrid.
In our collection, art, so-called art, didn't exist as therapy at this time of Prinzhorn. There was no art therapy. And the patients did that in their own initiative, because they thought they have to tell themselves or the world something very important, or do that for themselves with a kind of sense. And that could be a self-healing function, but it was not reflected as therapy. So art can be therapy in a very positive way, but it doesn't have to be therapy at all.
Obrigada, Ingrid e Bart.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ingrid.
The museum. They are staying at our attic, and they're with 10, 15 people, constantly doing things in psychiatric hospital. And last year there was a theater of the hospital, and in that theater a lot of patients from the hospital here, they attended as players in the theater. But there was a problem for the management of the theater, because it was not part of their art therapy. So it was not part of their therapy. The hospital was not paid for. But what you can see is that the non-clinical and the therapeutical effects of the theater, they were enormous. And that is what like an artist collective can show, that they're just creating art, and in a secondary or even further effect that can be of therapy. It can be something like therapy, but it doesn't need to be intended as a therapy. It's just creating art, and like in a theater, creating things together, and it can have a massive effect. And that is something that we saw last year, and also was very important also in our conversation with the surrounding hospital that we have as a museum, is to look at these in-between spaces. And I think that art is a very interesting, inspiring, fascinating, and an important in-between in between the real world or the world, in between culture and in between therapy. Something like that.
Obrigada, Bart, pela resposta. Obrigada
Thank you, Bart, for your
aos três
answer.
palestrantes.
Thank you,
a
all
Diana,
three
que está fazendo
speakers,
a interpretação em Libras, toda a
and
produção que organizou
interpreting sign
esse
language,
seminário
Brazilian
hoje.
Sign
Agradeço
language
também
for the
ao
organizers
público
of this
que
seminar. I
está
thank
nos
the
assistindo e
audience
que mandou
that is
perguntas
attending our
muito
seminar,
relevantes
that
para
has
nós.
submitted
Infelizmente,
very
não
relevant
conseguimos
questions
responder
to all of
todas,
us. Unfortunately,
porque
we
eram
were
muitas
unable
mesmo. Eu
to answer
tentei
them all. There
editar
were
e
many. I
mexer
tried
nelas
to
aqui
edit and sort of tweak them so that we
compreender
could
todo mundo aqui,
have
para
them
abarcar
all
todos e
included
todas.
so that
Mas eu gostaria de agradecer, então,
we
a todo
could
mundo e
have
deixar o
everyone. I'd like to
convite para
thank
vocês
everyone for
retornarem
your participation
ao nosso
and
MASP seminário. Ele vai
invite you to be
continuar
back.
hoje
And
às
we'll continue with our
14h30.
seminar
Temos pequeno
today at
intervalo aí de
2:30
almoço. Então,
Brazil
às
time. We'll
14h30
have
nós
a
retornamos
brief lunch
com
break, and
apresentações de
2:30 we'll
Gláucia Vilas
return
Boas,
having Glaucia
Rafael
Vilas
Koenig
Boas,
e
Rafael
Javier
Koenig,
Teles, com
and
mediação
Javier
da Kaira
Teles with
Cabanhas.
mediation of
Então,
Cara
convido
Cabañas.
vocês a
So I invite you
retornarem
all
aqui ao nosso
to be
seminário Histórias da
back.
Loucura e do Delírio. Muito obrigada.
Histories of Madness and Delirium. Thank you.
Valendo.
Olá, boa tarde.
Hi, good afternoon.
Meu nome é Yudi Rafael. Eu
My
sou
name is
mediador
Yudi Rafael.
da segunda mesa de
I'm
hoje do
going to be the
seminário.
moderator of our second panel today for this
Para essa segunda
seminar.
mesa a gente tem como convidados
So for the
Glaucia
second panel, we have a
Vilas-Boas e
few
Rafael
guests. We
Koenig.
have
Eu
Glaucia
vou apresentar em
Vilas-Boas
breve.
and Rafael
Primeiro, vou
Koenig.
fazer uma
I'll be introducing them soon.
autodescrição breve.
First,
Eu
let me provide you
sou
with my
homem
description.
amarelo, de pele clara, cabelos
I'm
curtos,
an Asian man.
escuros, pouco
I have fair
grisalhos.
skin, I have darker hair,
O fundo
a little bit of
da onde
gray
eu tô
hair
é uma
as well.
parede cinza clara.
My background is
E
a
eu tô
light
vestindo uma
gray wall,
camisa cor creme.
and I'm wearing a beige
Bom,
t-shirt or a beige
essa
shirt.
mesa, como a Kyra havia introduzido no começo desse seminário de hoje, vai
Now, as
entrar pelo
Kyra had said
assunto
at the beginning,
de redes de cuidado.
in this panel, we're going to be talking
E
about
eu vou
care
convidar, então,
networks.
a Glaucia Vilas-Boas para a primeira
First, we
fala.
have Glaucia
Glaucia
Vilas-Boas for
é
the first
socióloga,
presentation.
professora titular aposentada
Glaucia
da
is a
Universidade Federal do Rio
sociologist
de
and a
Janeiro,
retired full professor at the University
atualmente
of Rio de
é
Janeiro.
pesquisadora do Conselho Nacional de
Currently,
Desenvolvimento
she's a
Científico e
researcher
Tecnológico,
at the National
CNPq,
Council of
integra o
Technology. We're actually circulating in the cities of Rio de Janeiro and São Paulo. So we saw art critics, art historians, and artists getting in touch with that. But I actually used a different methodology when I started investigating how concrete art appeared in Rio de Janeiro. Upon starting my research, I tried to get access to this small share of people who would move around the cities in different venues, but who would get together either daily or weekly, and who did that for 5 years. This is how I recreated the history of the Engenho de Dentro studio. This is a studio that they had in a psychiatric hospital called the National Psychiatric Center in a suburban area in Rio called Engenho de Dentro. This center was a part of governmental reforms for psychiatry, which we saw at the end of the 1940s in Brazil. These governmental reforms would make a very clear difference between science, which belonged in universities, and care to psychiatric patients who were in these asylums. Through these reforms, for the first time ever, patients were able to be seen as in outpatient facilities instead of being hospitalized for their whole lives. However, we had very violent methods being used to treat these patients. This studio was created in the sector of occupational therapy and rehabilitation, led by a doctor, Nízida Silveira. Nízida was around 40 years of age, and she had a very long journey. She was one of the very first women to go to medical school at the state of Bahia. She was improving her training in the areas of neurology and psychiatry in Rio de Janeiro, in the former National Hospice for the Insane. In this hospice, Nízida would participate actively in research and patient care. Since that time, Nis maintained the idea, based on her readings of Freud and Breuer, that psychiatric patients, especially schizophrenics, were not exempt from sensitivity, affection, and intelligence. But during the Vargas dictatorship, Nízia was accused of subversive activities and was sent to jail for more than a year. She was removed from public service and she was prevented from continuing her work. She lived on the run and in hiding for 8 years, and not many people know that. When she came back, after being in hiding for a while, she was readmitted into her public services. But she went back to the National Hospice Center, the National Psychiatric Center, which had been recently built at Engenho de Dentro. And she was very unhappy with the changes that she saw in this hospital. She could not accept it. I would love to share some of Nízia's words. These quotes show her intent, show what she wanted to do in this department of occupational therapy where they had this studio. So this is what she says. This psychiatric hospital is cold, it's ugly. The structure of the wards, the methods that they use, they all displeased me very much. But in the position that I had within the medical hierarchy, there was no possibility for me to use the innovations that seemed so clearly necessary to me. Since 1946, I have dedicated myself to occupational therapy with the intention of producing changes in the hospital environment, however small, through active therapy. Occupational therapy was not the same method that they would use. One of my first concerns was of a theoretical nature, related to how to establish the structure of my work. My goal was to make occupational therapy a field of research where different lines of thought would meet and would put themselves to the test. This idea failed completely. This is what she says in the book Images of the Unconscious. And in my opinion, this idea was not a complete failure because she left a legacy behind her, a very important legacy regarding the connection between art and madness. Now, another person who attended this studio was a 20-something young man called Omir. Omir didn't have a job. He tried to go to architecture school, he wasn't admitted, and he would study with this painter from Hungary in Rio, Arpad Zen. But she found a job at the psychiatric hospital, and according to him, his job was to soothe the mad. So he met Nízia in the psychiatric hospital, and this was important to change both of their lives, because Nízia was looking for somebody who would put together a painting studio, and this young man wanted a space where he could work. So he put together the studio where he had a small room where he would work. After a year of work, in 1947, Mavinier, the young man, set up the first exhibition at the gallery of the Ministry of Education and Healthcare. They had 245 works. Some of these works came from the painting studios, some of the works came from other studios from the therapy department. So Mavinier met Mauro Pedrosa there. And he invited Mario Pedrosa to the studio. Mario Pedrosa had to do with Trotsky, and he was in asylum in the US. He wrote an art column in the old newspaper called Correio da Manhã, which was widely known. So we had Mavinier, Dr. Nies, and Pedrosa. They would meet at the studio and they met Adelina de Barros, Isaac, Emilio de Barros, Carlos, Artur Amora, Ignacio, Lucio Neumann, Fernando Diniz, Abelardo, Kleber, and Wilson, patients of the psychiatric hospital. So this is a group that gets together with Mavinier. We also have Ivan Serpa and Abraham Palatnik. They're all young. One of them was 23. And we have the female doctor, the critic, and all the artists who are there. They get together and they make joint work that basically lasted 5 years. In my research, I tried to rebuild the lives of these artists, but I ran into some difficulties because texts about them, about Barros, Raphael, or Isaac, try to interpret the works made by these artists, but they don't talk as much about their life journeys. So it's not that easy to put that together. However, I was able to understand that in their majority, these people were a bit unfortunate. They relied on their families and on the physicians that were there. Some of them had been hospitalized for a long time and hadn't visited home, like Emilio de Barros. He spent 23 years hospitalized. First in the hospice for the insane and then at this hospital. Others, like Fernando Diniz, had studied a bit more, but then fell ill. Emilio was a mechanic. Isaac Liberato would work as a telegraphist and would play the piano. Adelina had primary school studies and had worked with manual work. The only person who had studied design at the Lyceum was Rafael Domingues.
Essa coletividade, essa pequena coletividade, manteve entre si uma
this small group had a very special relationship. They had reciprocity, they had lots of affection, and they were also interested in each other. I would like to show some of the works that show how much they cared about each other.
And these
are just a few examples. We have so many more. But here we have Oil on Canvas by Emilio de Barros. This is the backyard in the hospital from the window of the studio.
Aqui uma pintura do Mavinier, do ateliê.
Here we have Mavinier. He's painting the studio. And this one got lost. This is a photograph that Mavinier's son gave to me very kindly. Now, on your right, you have Palatnik. This is a small painting from the hospital.
Essa pintura a óleo do Mavinier.
Now we have Oil on Canvas by Mavinier. This is a portrait of Emilio de Barros. And on your right, you have Rafael Domingues. This is a portrait of Palatnik.
Então, pode passar. Tá esse, por favor? Essas imagens, né, como eu disse, mostram que
and in these images,
carinho, afeto muito grande.
We can see that there is affection between them. These people like each other. They would be in contact basically every week at the studio. And I would like to say that parallel to the intense conviviality that we saw in the painting studio, these young artists, Mavinier, Palatnik, etc., would get together every Sunday. Mavinier told me that in an interview. So every Sunday they would visit Mario Pedrosa at his home.
eles falavam sobre suas preocupações, eles aprendiam
They
sobre
would
arte.
discuss their concerns,
Pedrosa
they would learn about
conversava
art.
com eles sobre aquilo,
Pedrosa
que
would talk to them
estava escrevendo.
about
Então
what he was
havia aí
writing.
também, quer dizer, núcleo importante, nessa convivência, que eram
So this is an
essas,
important group.
digamos, essa relação também afetuosa, interessada, mais afetuosa
There's this
também,
relationship of
que eles
affection
tinham,
and interest
com
that
o
they
Mário
would have
Pedrosa.
with Mario
Nessa
Pedrosa.
época, Mário Pedrosa estava escrevendo
Now, at this
sobre,
time, Mario Pedrosa
estava escrevendo uma tese
was writing
sobre
a
a natureza
thesis on the
afetiva da
affective
forma na
nature
obra
of
de arte.
form in the work of
E
art.
Pedrosa fazia uso da psicologia da forma, da
Pedrosa
Gestalt,
would use the
para
psychology
argumentar que
of the
todo e
form,
qualquer
the Gestalt,
indivíduo
to
tinha
argue that each and
intuição e
every
estruturas
individual had the
inatas para
intuition
perceber
and
a boa
innate
forma,
structure
que se
to
fazia
perceive
expressar
what
em
is a
obras
good form,
construídas.
which was expressed
Ele mesmo
in
disse
objectively constructed works.
notas de pé de páginas, várias, nessa tese,
We see lots of
sobre a
footnotes
natureza
in this
afetiva da
thesis
forma na obra
regarding
de
the
arte.
affective
Ele
nature of the
cita
form in
muito dos
works of art.
trabalhos dos
And in
artistas
these
do
footnotes,
ateliê. Eu
he
vou ler
mentions lots of works
rapidamente
by
uma muito
the
curta,
studio
em que
artists.
ele diz que ele pôde verificar
In one
algumas
of
de
them,
suas hipóteses a partir dessa
he says that he
participação
was able
dentro
to
do ateliê.
confirm
Essa
one of
são
his
palavras de
theses
Pedrosa.
based on his
Diversas
attendance of the
vezes no Centro
studio.
Psiquiátrico do Engenho
He
de
would
Dentro,
say
ao
several times at
presenciar
the
a maneira pela
Psychiatric
qual
Center of
pintor,
Engenho de
como
Dentro,
Emídio,
when witnessing
ou
the way in
desenhista
which a
como
painter
Rafael
like
se
Emigio
comporta no trabalho
or
artístico.
an illustrator like
Rafael era
Raphael
empolgado com
behaves
as
in his
linhas.
artistic work. He was
Emídio
able to
para,
see that.
recua, olha,
Raphael was
mede,
excited about
apaga,
his lines.
recomeça,
Emigio would
retoca.
stop, retreat,
E
look,
o trabalho de
measure,
Pedrosa não
erase, and
parou
start
aí,
again,
quer dizer,
adding
apenas
retouches.
nessas reuniões que realmente
And
alimentavam
Pedrosa's
esses
work
jovens
didn't stop
artistas
there.
que
They would
também
have these meetings with
frequentavam o
young
ateliê.
artists who would also attend the studio.
E uma das ações assim mais contundentes, né, de
And
Pedrosa
one
é
of
que
the
ele sai
most
em defesa
interesting
desses,
activities by
desses
Pedrosa was
artistas,
that he
né, do
was
ateliê de Engenho de
defending
Dentro,
these
em dois
artists.
textos críticos
He
que
advocates
tiveram
for them
muitos
in two
desdobramentos na história
critical
da
texts
crítica de arte
that had a lot
brasileira,
of impact
né?
on
A
Brazilian
primeira foi
art
a exposição que eu
critics.
falei que o Mavinier organizou no
First, we
Ministério
have
da
the exhibit
Educação e
organized
Saúde
by
em
Mavinier
47,
at
né?
the
E uma
Department
outra,
of Healthcare and
foi no
Education
Museu
in
de Arte
47.
Moderna de São Paulo,
We also had
que na
another
ocasião
case
estava
in the
sob a
Museum of
direção de
Modern
Leon
Art
Degan.
in São
Leon
Paulo under the
Degan
direction
era
of
conhecido
Leon
Mário
Degan at the
Pedrosa, e
time.
Mário convidou para visitar o
Mario
ateliê.
knew
Temos as
Leon,
fotos, né, dessa
and he
visita,
invited
né, do
Leon to
Leon Degan,
visit the
e os dois
studio. We have many
resolveram
pictures of that.
fazer essa exposição Nove
And together
Artistas.
they
Aí havia
decided
uma
to have this
seleção,
new exhibit
né,
with
de
9
alguns
artists.
artistas e cujas obras foram
Artists were
levadas para São
selected
Paulo,
and their works
né?
were taken to São Paulo.
E essas duas exposições, elas provocaram uma polêmica que
These
durou
two
meses,
exhibitions
né, nos
provoked a
jornais,
unique
tanto do
controversy
Rio
that
quanto São
lasted for
Paulo.
months in newspapers, both in
Quais
São
eram as
Paulo and
questões
Rio.
que dividiam os críticos? Não é?
Some
Elas
issues
diziam
divided
respeito
critics.
justamente aos
These
limites
issues
da
concerned the
normalidade e
limits
da
of
anormalidade,
normality and
a
abnormality,
relação entre arte e razão,
also the relationship
o
between art and
academicismo e a
reason,
experimentação.
academia versus
Nelas se envolveram
experimentation.
críticos importantes como Antônio Bento, Sérgio Millier, Rubem
Important
Navarro,
critics
outros,
got involved,
né? Mas
like
foi Quirino Campo
Quirino, Campo
que se
Fiorito,
opôs
Sergio
com muita
Millier, Antonio
veemência às
Bento,
teses
among
de
others,
Pedrosa.
but Quirino
Ele
Campo
argumentava
Fiorito
que os
was the
internos
most
não
eloquent against
atribuíam eles
Pedrosa's
próprios
positions.
sentido ao seu
He
trabalho
argued that the
e não se
inmates did
podia,
not
por isso,
attribute meaning to their work
considerá-los arte,
themselves, and therefore it
né?
could
Então
not
foi em
be
meio a
considered
esse
art.
tumulto, né, entre os críticos que Pedrosa
It
pronunciou
was
a
in the midst of
conferência
this turmoil among the critics that
Arte e
Pedrosa
Necessidade
gave the
Vital,
conference called
publicada
Art, a
também no
Vital
mesmo periódico,
Necessity,
Correio da Manhã,
published later
que
in the
é
Correio da
afirmar
Manhã
que a arte
newspaper.
vinha rompendo com os
He was
padrões
stating that
acadêmicos,
art had been breaking
declarava
with
que
its
a arte se
academic standards,
manifestava em
and he
toda e
declared
qualquer
that
pessoa.
art manifested
Então eu vou
itself
pedir
in
a
each and
Daniela
every
para você
person.
voltar, Daniela, que tem um texto
Daniela, please go back because we have
Mário
an
Pedrosa que está um
excerpt
pouco
by
acima.
Mario Pedrosa. So go back one slide, please.
Não, mas eu acho que mais acima. Aí, obrigada.
There we go, that's the one. So this is what Mario says, and this had lots of consequences. He says that artistic activity extends itself to every human being. This is no longer the occupation of a specialized group for which you need a degree. The will of art manifests itself in any person on earth, regardless of where they are, whether they are Papua or Kafuzo, whether they are Brazilian or Russian, whether they are black or yellow, whether they are literate or illiterate, whether they are balanced or imbalanced. So this conference called Art a Vital Necessity, which goes beyond what I'm just showing here, really had lots of impact at the time, and even after that, after the beginning of the 50s.
Bom, e agora eu gostaria de mostrar os trabalhos desses artistas.
And I would love to share the works done by these artists in the studio. Here we have Oil on Canvas by Arthur Amora. And these works are showcased in the Museum of Images from the Unconscious. This is by Fernando Diniz, Oil on Canvas or Oil on Paper. We have this one by Adelina de Barros. This is a doll. She drew so many dolls. This is pencil on paper. She drew dolls, she made sculptures. We have lots of works that are stored at the Museum of Images from the Unconscious collection. Then we have Gouache on Paper by Isaac Liberato. And here we have something by Carlos Petuiz. This is Graphite on Paper. And then we have Wilson Nascimento. This is Gouache on Paper.
Eu penso que o ateliê, né, do Engenho de Dentro, durante
I believe that this studio, during these 5 years, from 46 to 51, was way more than a therapy center, an occupational therapy center. And it was way more than a painting studio. It was actually a network of very complex relationships, relationships that developed over 5 years. And this had unexpected impact. As time went by, and with the conversations with Pedrosa, and during these conversations, there were some records that were produced. We can see how Mavinier, Paletnik, and Serpa actually changed their conceptions of art. First and foremost, they want to leave painting behind. They want to leave figurative work behind. This is very clear through Paletnik's words, actually. He's very eloquent. He says, I went into a crisis, and if it weren't for Mario Pedrosa, I wouldn't know what to do. The same thing happened with Mavinier, who left figurative work behind. And the same with Serpa. Now, in 1951, in the first biannual exhibit in São Paulo, Mario Pedrosa insisted that they would showcase their work. And the Van Serpa's painting, which we're going to see in a bit, called Shapes, received an award for a young national painter, and it remained as a symbol of geometric abstract art in national art, which would gather many supporters in the 50s. The Cine-Chromatic device by Paletnik also got an honorable mention from the international jury for its originality. And Mavinier held its first exhibition at the Museum of Modern Art in São Paulo. Now, to wrap up, we have a few images to share. Here. This is Mario Pedrosa with Emídio. They would often go out for a stroll. The daughter of Mario Pedrosa, Vera Pedrosa, would also go with them. We have another picture of Mavinier with Emílio de Barros, and we have a picture of Adelina Gomes. There was the house of Rafael Domingues, and some of them were taken there every week at the hospital bus to better places, more pleasant places, or even downtown. Here we have the painting called Shapes by Ivan Serpa, as I mentioned. This is a symbol of this kind of language. This is oil on canvas 51. Here we have another painting by Almir Mavinier. It's not from this exact time, but he starts doing his work with points, with dots. Here we have Synchromatic by Palatinic. And here we have a development because Ivan Serpa was a professor at the Museum of Modern Art, and lots of young people gathered around him, people who would also dedicate themselves to this. So here we have something by Lydia Papi, who would go to the studio as well. Lydia Clarke. We have Aloysio Carvão. And finally, we have Helio Oiticica, who was a student of Ivan Serpa. So Ivan Serpa was developing the experience that they had at the studio in the Museum of Modern Art in Rio de Janeiro. In 1951, Dr. Nies had a project. She wanted to keep the images of the unconscious. She had been researching that a lot in the context of the Museum of Images from the Unconscious. But this group was no longer together. Mavinier went to Germany. Palatinic was improving his objects for the synchromatic work, for the kinetic. He was known as one of the founders of kinetic arts. In conclusion, what I would like to tell you is that what I always try to convey when I talk about this is that the whole point of this story has to do with conviviality. We see the impact of reciprocity in the exchange of affections and the existence of interests. This is what we saw among the individuals in this group. Actually, the Engenho de Dentro studio existed for many different reasons. These are artists who got a diagnosis of schizophrenia. Some of them developed the ability to do art. Some of them are young artists who were not hospitalized. One of them was a critic who had been talking about abstract art. And one of them was a physician, was a doctor, who was actually interested in the relationship existing between art and madness. So I believe that what we saw in this studio was very unusual. Thank you so much.
Obrigado, Glaucia.
Thank you, Glaucia.
Muito legal que a sua apresentação mostra
really nice that your presentation shows how this reception of this production goes beyond the context of psychiatric medicine to a context of the debate of art criticism, and that in this context of art critic, and we had many things on categories, separations, and actually in practice what happened was something porous between this production, those spaces, the circulation of people and ideas that would have an impact that was very significant in theory and renewal of artistic language of the period. Before opening up for questions on Glaucia's talk, we have a short time in the second panel. So I'm not going to take too long. We're following this model of 20-minute talks. So we intend to have some time for about 20 minutes, also, perhaps a bit less. Now, for us to bring up such questions, both from the moderator and from the audience. And now I'm going to turn over to Raphael Koenig, who's going to make a presentation as well. I'm just going to introduce him. Raphael Koenig is an assistant professor of French, Francophone, and comparative literature at the University of Connecticut. He held the Leonard Lauder Fellowship in Modern Art at the Metropolitan Museum of Art from 2019 to 2020, and in 2018 he received his PhD in comparative literature from the Harvard University. The research focuses on the interplay between mental health and artistic production, especially with regard to the reception history of works produced in psychiatric institutions in France and Germany. His recent publications include Portals, The Visionary Architecture of Paul Gauche. I hope he's pronounced correctly, and co-authored with Robert Wiesenberger and Serge Franco pour Un Art Sans Frontières of 2019. So Raphael, welcome. It's yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this generous presentation and for a very exciting presentation right before. It was very inspiring, and I'm looking forward to the conversation afterwards. I'll share my screen. Let me see. Yeah. Can everybody see it all right? Yes?
See.
Okay. So I would like to thank Chiara Cabañas for this invitation and continued support, as well as Adriano Pedrosa, Yudi Rafael, Daniela Torres Lima, and the whole team of MASP for organizing this exciting event, with special thanks also to the brave translators. Thank you so much. So foregrounding the self-expression of historically marginalized groups is one of the leading principles of my research. To this end, I focus on works that question aesthetic values, interpretative frameworks, and social practices, especially with regard to the representation and self-expression of minorities and neurodiverse persons. Today I will be speaking about a specific episode of French intellectual history. French poet Paul Éluard's stay at the Saint-Alban Hospital in occupied France, so between November 1943 and February 1944, as a significant turning point in surrealist discourses on madness and mental health. So I am showing just one famous portrait of Éluard by Man Ray as a young man. So he was about 20 years older when he arrived in Saint-Alban. This was kind of the tail end of his Dadaist period. Éluard shared the daily life of patients, took part in discussions on psychiatric care with medical staff, and disseminated clandestine anti-Nazi poetry and other related literary works from the hospital. So it was also kind of a hotspot for all kinds of activities, including political, clandestine printing, and interactions with patients of many kinds. While particularly noteworthy given Éluard's exalted status in post-war France, as both a celebrated poet and a figurehead of resistance against Nazi occupation. And it's hard to really realize these days, like how much of the kind of centrality of Éluard in the immediate post-war period. He was really a bit of a kind of secular saint in a way, kind of sanctioned by the Communist Party. So like it had this aura, like for good or bad reasons. Like, but he was a really central figure in kind of late 40s, early 50s. And just to give a kind of a taste of this, like we have a kind of underground edition during the kind of resistance period of his most famous poem Liberté, which was like an ode to freedom, originally actually an ode to Nush, his wife, who was right in the middle, and he famously changed the last line. It was not her name, but he was writing around it. It was freedom, liberté, and then his wife Nush Éluard, who came with him to Saint-Alban in her famous portrait by Dora Maar, and right next to it, a portrait of Éluard by Picasso. They were both really good friends. Picasso had a similar kind of towering status in the kind of artistic and literary field. So this episode, like Éluard's stay at Saint-Alban, is but one of many instances of the interconnection among organized resistance activities, progressive psychiatric practices, artistic and literary creation, and a renewed attention to the patient's self-expression at the Saint-Alban Psychiatric Hospital during the Second World War. A relatively small institution in a remote area of France, the Saint-Alban Hospital had an outsized impact on post-war thought, both as a result of its wartime activities and through the writings of some of the medical interns who had trained at Saint-Alban in the immediate post-war period, most notably Félix Guattari and Frans Fanon. So it really kind of branches out in many directions. The Saint-Alban experiment was instrumental in bringing about a new understanding of relationship between mental health and society, namely that mental health issues were not to be understood merely in the context of isolated individuals, but that one person's mental health was necessarily impacted by the wider social and political conditions in which they lived. And they tried to kind of bring together, for instance, the thoughts of Marx and Freud to that effect, to understand like the social dimension of mental health. While the historical facts are now relatively well established, the theoretical underpinnings of Saint-Alban are deserving of further investigation. Its reform program was based on intensive theoretical discussions, and language in the form of a renewed attention to the speech patterns and verbal productions of hospital patients played a key role in that endeavor. Far from dismissing the self-expression of hospital patients as nonsensical or irrelevant, Saint-Alban psychiatrists, in dialogue with people like Éluard, but also philosopher Georges Canguilhem, and under the influence of Lacan, saw in it a key to a better understanding of mental health. Language analysis, alongside descriptions of visual productions by patients, which were later, kind of a few years later, systematized by Jean Houry, for instance, were thus meant to challenge essentialized boundaries between patients and doctors, health and sickness, sense and nonsense, by expanding the field of comprehensibility as a therapeutic, ethical, and theoretical imperative. And this talk will also aim to replace this episode within the context of French surrealism. Madness as a theme and an aesthetic trope is ubiquitous in the productions of the movement, but actual interactions of its members with patients in psychiatric institutions remain relatively rare, even though they do intervene at crucial points or junctures in the movement's history. So I will briefly sketch out the role of Saint-Alban within the general context of the French resistance, then delve into the theoretical premises that made it a fertile terrain for encounters between poetry and psychiatry, and finally analyze some of the concrete artistic and literary realizations that came out of that encounter, especially sculptures and textile works, by Marguerite Sirvin and Auguste Forestier, and Éluard's book of poems devoted to the patients of Saint-Alban, titled Remembrances from the Madhouse, written in 44, published in 45, illustrated by his son-in-law Gérard Viamy. So my first part is Saint-Alban in context. The Saint-Alban experiment was part of a broader context of interactions among resistance networks and psychiatric institutions. Unlike Nazi Germany's imposition of a new kind of psychiatry, French psychiatric hospitals were not subject to the same type of scrutiny and benefited from a greater degree of autonomy, thus unwittingly allowing them to become occasional participants in resistance activities. It is also important to state that there was no proper equivalent outside of Germany of a so-called T4 program of systematized mass murder of psychiatric patients. It's important to emphasize that because there was some confusion about this point in recent scholarship, and I'm happy to elaborate on this further in the Q&A. French hospitals' participation in resistance activities often made use of a hospital's discretionary powers to institutionalize new patients. So what is often seen as the kind of arbitrary nature of institutionalization became a tool of resistance, because they could just put people in the hospital without having to justify it to any other authority, basically. So by registering new patients under a variety of assumed names and aliases, or sometimes just their real names, as was the case for Éluard, he was registered as Eugène Grindel, psychiatric hospitals were thus able to provide a safe hiding place for a range of people, including French and foreign Jews, active members of resistance networks, anti-fascist intellectuals and artists, political activists, and people who often combined all of these various layers in one person. From 1940 onward, the director of the Saint-Alban Hospital, Paul Balvet, decided to make use of the hospital's relatively discrete location. So just showing one example of like a kind of relatively deserted plateau of Margeride, on which the hospital is located, to provide a safe haven to a relatively large number of people. They included, for instance, Denise Glaser, who was a student of psychiatry at the time and went on to become a star of kind of French television, poet Paul Éluard, philosopher Georges Canguilhem, so going clockwise from the upper left, film historian Georges Sadoul, psychiatrist François Tosquelles, who actually went directly to Saint-Alban from an internment camp for refugees from the Spanish Civil War, and psychiatrist Lucien Bonafé. So just to give just a taste of like the range of characters, and like there are many more, just giving a little range. These newcomers participated in the hospital's discussion group known as Society of Gévaudan. So that's actually a joke name. The Beast of Gévaudan is a local kind of cryptid, here depicted by Auguste Forestier. But even though the name was a joke, the debates were very serious, and they engaged with contemporary debates of a more speculative nature in the field of psychology, psychoanalysis, and phenomenology, with the goal of charting a new roadmap for psychiatric reform. This brings me to my kind of second point, the encounter between poetry and psychiatry. Saint-Alban was a fertile terrain for encounters between poetry and psychiatry, corresponding to a specific stage in the respective intellectual evolution of Paul Éluard and the Saint-Alban group of psychiatrists such as Tosquelles and Bonafé, on the other hand. Let's start with an important nuance to the title of this talk. In fact, when he arrived at Saint-Alban in 1943, Paul Éluard was not properly speaking a surrealist. By 1940, only a few years prior, he had definitely broken off from the surrealist group, headed by André Breton, and there are in fact two Éluards. We observe a similar case with Louis Aragon, for instance. The Dadaist, then surrealist Éluard, interested in exploring the unconscious and contesting the primacy of reason, was replaced around 1940 by a different Éluard, who was led by his political commitment and active membership in the Communist Party, and adopted a different type of aesthetics. He espoused the idea of a poetry of circumstances, often tied to specific political struggles and aiming at what he described as practical truth, so quite different from surrealist aesthetics. These two Éloirs were and still are judged in diametrically opposite fashion, depending on their readers' and critics' aesthetics and political allegiances, either as a misguided bourgeois having finally reached political enlightenment, that would be the kind of orthodox communist reading, or a lapsed avant-gardist having succumbed to the notorious return to order. And the notion of poetry of circumstance, however, took on a special sense of urgency because under German occupation, Éluard was committed to a range of kind of publishing activities that he conducted in the nearby town of Saint-Flour. So just giving one example of his activities, because of lack of paper, scarcity of paper, you can see that it's a kind of a clever A4 format, kind of single sheet that is folded to become a booklet, actually a book of poems. It's published under a pseudonym, Jean Duhaut, which was Éluard's kind of resistance pseudonym, kind of transparent, like he has a recognizable style, everybody knew it was him, but it was like one protective measure in a way. And kind of hilariously, he, as a kind of resistance fighter, he went to the nearby town of Saint-Flour to meticulously proofread this publication. So even under threat of death, Nazi occupation, and like all these things, he was still a very meticulous proofreader, and his printer was still talking about it kind of 20 years later. Of course, one has to kind of relativize the split between the two Éluards, and literary critics have done have been focusing on the thread between these two periods, and actually his interest in creation is in Saint-Alban might be one of his kind of overlapping interests between these two periods, specifically because he produced in 1930 L'Immaculée Conception, which was an attempt at recreating various types of delirious speech for poetic purposes with illustrations by Salvador Dali. Saint-Alban psychiatrists were interested in developing new diagnostic tools that would allow them to account for the specificity of each patient's worldview, as opposed to reducing them to a diagnostic category. So just to give, so this is, I won't read this quote in full, but like this is basically kind of instructions given by Tosquelles to the medical staff that they should write down very meticulously the kind of utterances and expressions of patients. And if we want to understand why, we can go back to the title of this article by Frantz Fanon, L'expérience vécue du noir, so like the lived experience of Black people. The title lived experience, expérience vécue, could seem a bit clunky. And in fact, there are two words in German for experience. Erfahrung, which is more transitive and punctual, the experience of something specific, and Erlebnis, formed after the word for life, Leben, which connotes a more intransitive notion of a totality of someone's experience. So both in Fanon's article and in his later kind of therapeutic practice at Saint-Alban and in Blida, things like literature, especially kind of lyrical poetry, things like the kind of self-expression of patients through visual arts, were things to kind of reconstruct and study this kind of totalizing notion of the Erlebnis as lived experience, so which is a term of kind of phenomenological psychiatry. And those intimate connections between poetry and psychiatry were also kind of emphasized by Lucien Bonafé, who himself was a surrealist poet before becoming a psychiatrist. I won't read the whole text for lack of time, but I will just emphasize on line 2 what he talks about as the usefulness of poetry for psychiatry. So it's not conceived as a kind of adversarial thing. It's actually a kind of reconceptualizing of psychiatric practice using surrealist language and surrealist poetry as a tool for reform and rethinking notions of mental health. And I'll just offer, just as an example of this kind of companionship, this kind of striking series of photographs by also resistance fighter and photographer and political activist Jacques Matarazzo, who provides this series of photographs of Éluard in the middle, Nuche Éluard to the left, and Lucien Bonafé to the right in Saint-Alban. They actually conducted kind of some kind of experiments in poetic readings by Bonafé as well, so together, and you can see that the style of the photographs becomes more and more kind of visionary. This is a somewhat realistic one, but then the next one really play with kind of exposure times and to really create kind of special effects on the photograph, emphasizing the kind of exalted nature of the kind of a poetic endeavor. So we can see actually this is Bonafé to the right, engaging in a kind of poetic reading at Saint-Alban in the winter. You can see that there's snow on the ground in front of Éluard and Nuche. Now would be now that we mentioned this kind of intellectual theoretical companionship between psychiatry and poetry in that specific historical moment, it's a good idea to also look at the kind of practical side of things. The motto defended by Saint-Alban psychiatrists was that they had to cure the institution, and they proposed for that purpose a range of strategies that involve, for instance, new processes of decision-making within the hospital on a more democratic basis, so involving patients in decisions regarding the hospital, open debate, clubs for collective cultural activities, and the founding of an internal newspaper where everybody could contribute on equal footing, so both medical staff and patients. Art-making practices were also encouraged as a means of reclaiming personal agency and economic autonomy because these works were produced to be sold to the local population directly by the people who made them. So they were under the rubric of kind of providing in a kind of Marxist sense, like the means of production in a way, like a means for kind of actual personal autonomy. So just to give very, very quick examples, Marguerite Sirvin came from a more affluent family from the Lozère. She was institutionalized in Saint-Alban at 41 and developed a technique of upcycling found fabrics, unweaving and unspooling them, and reusing the thread to create intricate embroideries. A large number of them relate to idealized memories or notions of family life. And Auguste Forestier, maybe the most famous patient artist from Saint-Alban, who developed a mixed media technique based on wood carving and assemblage, but also involving painting and the use of found materials. So these are actually quite kind of complex objects in terms of how they were made, including found objects. These works attracted the attention of Éluard during his stay at Saint-Alban, who later brought them with him to Paris and championed their artistic qualities. To leading art circles, including artist and collector Dubuffet, who integrated a number of them into the canon of what he termed art brut in the second half of the 1940s. This relative success could be described as a mixed blessing, and I'm just providing one picture of, like, it's also kind of testifying to both this kind of dialectics of visibility and appropriation. This is Éluard in his Paris apartment with a Forestier on the chimney, so kind of taken outside of its original context. So they afforded immediate visibility to the Saint-Alban experiment. However, this visibility also came at the cost of distortions that affected the reception of these works for decades, and I'm happy to elaborate more in the Q&A. And I would argue that by recontextualizing these works as part of a one-of-a-kind social experiment, a much richer and nuanced narrative would emerge, allowing us to establish meaningful connections. And one such, so this is actually Éluard's kind of daughters posing with Forestiers, including Le Roi Fou in the middle that we just saw, and a boat by Forestier in the background on the steps right behind them. And one such connection is provided by Éluard's book of poems, Souvenirs de la Maison des Fous, written in Saint-Alban in 44 and published in 45. It's a continuation of his book, The Immaculate Conception, but also breaks from it significantly. In 1930, Éluard was only perceiving questions of mental health as an abstract, anonymized repository of linguistic divergence and potential literary inspiration. But in 1944, Éluard's book offered a tragic series of individualized portraits of female patients at the hospital, which are also a memorial to the suffering of these patients. The portraits were created on site shortly after the liberation by his son-in-law, Gérard Vuillamy. Surrealist and abstract painter, Vuillamy departed from his usual style to produce a realistic traditional series of portraits. So that's his kind of usual kind of surrealist style. Then he switched to abstraction, and that is the kind of realistic style that he adopted specifically for this kind of memorialized kind of series of portraits. The fact that Souvenir de la Maison des Fous concludes on a dramatic vision of mourning and destruction, this is the last page with a cemetery, is not coincidental. The series of portraits culminates in a vision of anonymous graves in the Saint-Alban cemetery, concluding with the words, leur cimetière est un lieu sans semantics. The absence of reason alludes to the nature of verbal delirium, why it has also to be taken as an expression of indignation, hinting at the fact that the psychiatric patient's Christ-like anonymous martyrdom is, properly speaking, unjustifiable. That is to say, positing that it might be possible to critique psychiatric practices from the exalted position reserved to the politically minded poet. So like a counter-reason against psychiatric reason in a way. And to conclude, Éluard, as part of the Saint-Alban experiment, played a role in bringing about a paradigm shift in the public perception and actual practice of psychiatry and mental health. The Saint-Alban experiment constitutes a foundational moment, which is particularly relevant to revisit today. A theoretical reference that it might be helpful to mobilize is Michael Rothsberg's notion of multi-directional memory, as the Saint-Alban experiment was, on an intellectual and practical level, an act of resistance against multiple types of oppression and atrocities, including the mass starvation of patients in psychiatric hospitals during the Second World War, the Nazi occupation and the Holocaust, and especially in the case of Fanon, colonial rule. So kind of combining all these different kind of strands of resistance. And we can say that the Saint-Alban experiment branches out into multiple lines of emancipatory thought in the 20th century, from anti-fascist struggle to calls for greater inclusion of what today we would call neurodiversity. Thank you all for your attention, and I'm looking forward to a discussion.
Obrigado, Rafael. Muito bom essa contribuição.
Thank you, Raphael. This is a very good conversation to rethink the connection between literature and art, culture and politics. This is so special, and there's a clear parallel with Engenho de Dentro.
A gente tem algumas questões já que foram trazidas pela
We have other things that were discussed by our audience here. We have questions that they made, and we have other questions that we had prepared too.
Eu não sei como é que a gente vai fazer.
We now have 2 minutes actually, so I don't know how we should proceed time-wise.
Uma questão aqui.
But let me ask you a question. Let's get started with that. And then we'll see how we're going to approach our time.
Essa é uma questão para vocês dois.
So this question is for both of you.
Eu tô vendo aqui, desculpa, só uma questão de tempo.
Just a second, let me check my messages.
Que é a questão do afeto, né?
All right, so we can talk about affection.
Dentro do contexto hospitalar,
we can talk about affection in the context of these hospitals with these patients. According to Nise da Silveira and François Toscadis. With Nise, we see a catalyst affection for Glaucia.
Se o Toscadis pensava também
and with Raphael,
em afeto, né, em termos de afeto na sua
I would like to ask if Toscadis would think about affection in his institutional psychotherapy.
Então, quem quer
Who would like
começar,
to start?
talvez Gláucia.
Maybe Glaucia?
Eu queria me referir aqui a dois momentos.
Yes, I'd like to mention two different moments where we had thinking activity by Nícia de Silveira regarding the importance of affection, the importance of caring for these patients, patients who are considered. First, as I mentioned in my talk, even before Nis created the studio of Engenho de Dentro at the Department of Therapy, she clearly believed in the fact that these patients had affection, had sensitivity, and had intelligence. This is based on readings of Freud and Breuer. And I want to emphasize this because at the time, physicians did not agree with her at all. And then we have another instance where this catalyst affection gains strength when she starts doing research on Jung. This happened during the existence of the studio. With Jung, she saw that through affection, patients could communicate. This was a type of communication, and communication could also take place in their images. That's what I wanted to say.
Gláucia. Rafael?
Thank you, Glaucia. Raphael?
Yeah, very briefly, I think just to echo what Glaucia was just saying, that Freud was also seen as a bit of a novelty in Saint-Alban, and actually the perception of Lacan, just using his 1932 dissertation, where he hadn't given his seminars yet, was that Lacan would be a gateway to Freud because he was more kind of slightly more compatible with the French kind of psychiatric establishment. He kind of knew his codes. So they would kind of advertise reading Lacan as a gateway, as a way to go towards, or to get actually French psychiatrists kind of acquainted with Freud. And specifically, I think, Tosquelles was thinking deeply about these questions as well. I think maybe what he was adding, the two things. One was a special notion of kind of listening. He really emphasized, which was taken from the psychoanalytical cure, the notion that you have to tune in to someone. He kind of jokingly said that he did not want to get rid of his thick Catalan accent in French because people were thus obligated to really kind of pay attention and trying to understand what he was saying, using his really kind of thick kind of Catalan kind of pronunciation. And that this type of kind of tuning in, of trying to understand what someone was trying to say, was basically the first cardinal principle of kind of psychiatric care and of any type of cure kind of interaction. But you have to really kind of translate, pay attention, and tune in to a different kind of subjectivity. And then to balance this notion of subjectivity, he was also someone who was thinking about structures, about economic structures, about empowerment of patients through kind of concrete changes in the inner workings of the hospital, in kind of economic autonomy. So he was balancing this notion of tuning into subjectivity with very concrete kind of steps, which I think also echoed things that we saw in the former talk.
Obrigado, Rafael.
Thank you, Rafael.
Eu recebi aqui a mensagem de que a gente pode estender aqui.
I just got a message saying that we could go ahead and keep talking until 12:30 in Brazil. So we have another 8 minutes. We had so many questions, we won't be able to answer all of them, and I apologize for that.
Mas eu vou trazer mais uma questão aqui.
But I do have another question for you.
Tem certo paralelo, né, entre as duas, os dois contextos, né,
This one is also connecting both things that we explored here.
Conexões dentro desse seminário, né, como
we can clearly see how they're connected in this seminar as something broader that is going to be further explored by other things.
Sobre a presença do Fanon.
So let me ask Rafael about the presence of Fanon in Saint-Alban.
Mais sobre que atividades ele estava envolvido ali nesse
contexto? What would he participate in?
Que são coisas que ele aprendeu?
What was he doing there? What were the things that he learned about and that he took to Algeria
hospital que ele trabalhou
when
na
he was
Algéria,
at the
né?
hospital where
Também
he
pensando aí
worked
que
in
tem
Algeria.
paralelo
I
entre
also think that there is a parallel
esse lugar de acolhimento da resistência
between
nesses dois
this
contextos que o Fanon
place of
trabalhou,
embracing
né?
resistance
Cultura
and the
política
places where
também.
he worked
E
regarding
para
culture and
Gláucia, né?
politics.
Outra figura ilustre
Now, and for
aqui no
Glaucia,
contexto brasileiro,
another
que
iconic
é a
person
Ivone Lara,
in
né? Que
Brazil
teve
was Yvonne Ilara.
essa atuação como enfermeira e compositora,
She
e
worked
que
as a
teve
nurse
junto
and as a
da Nice da
composer.
Silveira. Então, se você poderia falar
She
pouco
was
mais
close to
sobre
Nice de
a presença
Silveira.
dela,
So please
se
talk
houve uma
about this person,
intersecção aí
Yvonne.
também com esse círculo de
Was there an
artistas
intersection
visuais, né?
with this
E falar
group
do
of
trabalho dela
visual
como terapia
artists too?
ocupacional.
And what
Sei
was
que são
her
muitas
work
coisas,
like in
mas passo a
occupational
palavra,
therapy?
então,
I know it's a lot of questions, but
Rafael, se
these
você
are my
puder começar,
questions.
por favor.
Raphael, please go ahead.
I mean, there's a lot to unpack here, but I'll try to be brief. So, I think so. He was a medical intern, so he was actually kind of working towards his degree. But it's clear, for instance, the article that I shared is from 51. He arrived in Saint-Alban in 52, so it's clear that he kind of also selected Saint-Alban on the basis of like his intellectual worldview, including the notion of like Leibniz about the connection between psychiatry and political commitment, was formed in a way, but he kind of elected Saint-Alban as the place where he wanted to do his medical internship because he knew that he would find like kindred people there. There are specific things that we can find that he implemented in Blida. Sometimes himself describes it with mixed results. For instance, like he was also always kind of trying to kind of rethink his own practice and saying that things that worked in Saint-Alban maybe would not work in the context of Blida. One thing that he did implement was the journal, for instance. So like a journal where patients and medical staff were contributing. He also kind of put in place a whole range of art therapy activities, some of which were continued in Blida after his departure. There's actually right now at the Institute for the Arab world, like Institut Monde Arabe in Paris, there's an exhibition on, I'll try to share the link in a moment, on the kind of art therapy in Blida after Fanon. So basically people that continued his legacy. And of course, like connection between psychiatry and politics, it's very clear from Fanon's writing that at some point, if you read some of the case studies when he's, for instance, tasked with kind of curing someone who's conducting torture, like a French policeman conducting torture in Algeria, then he really hits a conundrum. It's like, what do I do? Because like as a medical doctor, he's supposed to cure him. So, but then if he cures him, this guy will go back to torturing. So clearly the answer is cannot be a purely medical one, but it has to come through politics, basically.
Obrigado, Rafael. Glaucia?
Thank you, Raphael. Glaucia?
Então, eu gostaria de dizer que todo esse trabalho da doutora Anise,
here's something that I'd like to say. The work done by Dr. Nise when she creates the Occupational Therapy Center is something that she doesn't see as what she had imagined. And this has very, very long-lasting consequences up to nowadays. This hospital was decommissioned based on more recent psychiatric reforms. But in this institute, not only did they keep the collection of images of the unconscious with lots and lots of works, but they also kept a set of activities that are open to the interested public, whether that's people with or without mental disorders. You have carnival circles, and you have composers as well. You have the theater. There was a time where they had lots of folks from the theater. So this is a space that actually opened up to people, and they were thriving. They were developing things that were of artistic nature. And this was no longer restricted to the visual arts. First and foremost, they had music and the theater. Recently in Rio de Janeiro, they had this exhibit called The Suburban Madness, and they had curatorship by Isabella, and they were careful. They were showing all of these activities that happened because of the initial work by Nice de Silveira. So when it comes to affection, which we were discussing, affection is the very foundation to care for these people. And in these activities as well, activities that we have until now, because we're gonna see this carnival circle, this carnival group celebrating carnival this year, whether they are considered sane or not, they're together. There's this congregation of all of these people, which I think is a way to fight against the prejudice that still exists against these people.
Obrigado, Glaucia. Bom, como eu falei, tinha mais algumas questões aí.
Thank you, Glaucia. Well, as I said, we have some more questions regarding relationship between art and madness, regarding the interdependence, the constitutional aspects of this relationship. They are questions that will continue. It requires a whole seminar. I hope everyone is interested. I'd like to thank Glaucia and Rafael for their presence, for sharing their knowledge and ideas. Thank you very much. And wrapping up this panel, we're now going to have a lecture with artist Javier Teles that will be mediated by Kyra Cabanas. And I would like to say goodbye now. I'd like to invite everyone across the gender spectrum to take part of the next activity. Thank you.
Valendo.
Hola, eu sou a Kaira Cabañas. Eu vou começar com uma
Hello,
autodescripção. Tenho
I'm
pelo
Cara
castanho
Cabañata.
oscuro rizado,
I'm going to
con ojos
start
del
with a
mismo
description. I
color,
have
tengo
frizzy
piel
brown
clara,
hair,
llevo una
glasses the
camisa
same
negra
color.
con
I
color
have fair
plateado
skin
y
and a
estoy
black
sentada delante
blouse,
de
and I'm sitting
una estantería
before
de libros.
a bookshelf.
Es un gran placer para
It is a
mí
great
presentar
pleasure
a
for
Javier
me to
Telles, un
introduce
artista
Javier Telles,
venezolano
a
residente en Nueva York.
New
Javier ha
York-based artist
realizado
born in Venezuela.
exposiciones
His work
individuales
brings
en el Centro de
peripheral
Arte,
communities in visible
Investigación y Alianzas
situations
CARA en Nueva
to the
York,
fore
la Memorial
of
Art
contemporary
Gallery
art
de
at the
Rochester,
Memorial
el
Art
San
Gallery at
Francisco
Rochester in San
Institute,
Francisco
la
Institute,
Kunsthaus Zurich,
the Kunsthaus
SMAC.
Zurich, and SMAC.
Su obra se ha exhibido en
His
importantes
works have
espacios
been exhibited in
internacionales
important
como el
international
MoMA,
spaces such
TS1,
as
el
MoMA,
SEPCA-M,
TGS1,
el
SEPCA,
MFA
and
Houston,
MNC
Documenta,
Houston
la Bienal de
Documenta,
Sydney y la
Sydney
Bienal de Whitney,
Biennial,
y la
Whitney
Bienal de
Biennial,
Venecia.
and also the
Recibió
Venice
una beca
Biennale.
Guggenheim
He
y el
received
Premio
a
Global de
Guggenheim
Salud
Fellowship
Mental
and
a
a
la
Global
Innovación en
Mental
las
Health
Artes de la
Award for
Universidad de
Innovation in the
Colombia.
Arts from Columbia
Y más
University.
recientemente, me
And
alegro
more
mucho que el
recently,
mes
I'm very
pasado
happy,
recibió el premio del
last
Pérez Art
year,
Museum de
he
Miami,
received the
que reconoce
award of
artistas cuyo trabajo
Emperor's
promueve
Museum of
el
Miami for
diálogo
artists
artístico
promoting
globales.
artistic dialogue
Y como
globally.
sabemos y como hemos
As we know,
articulado a lo
as
largo
we
del
have
día, que
articulated over
mucho de
this
la
day,
obra de Javier
much
es
of
para
Javier's
mostrar
work
las
is to
dicotomías entre lo
show
que es
the
sano e
dichotomies
insano, la
between
locura y la
sane,
razón,
insane,
y
madness, and
borrar
reason,
fronteras que tomamos
and
casi por hechos en el
reduce
occidente.
frontiers
Y bueno, con
by
esto
Western world.
le cedo
And
la
with this,
palabra a Javier.
I'd like to
Bienvenido,
give the
Javier.
floor to Javier. Welcome.
Gracias, Kaira. Muchas
Thank you,
gracias
Kaira.
por la
Thank you
invitación
for
a
the
estar acá con
invitation
ustedes. Me
to be
llena de
here with
orgullo estar
you.
en este
It's
seminario
a great
tan interesante.
pride to be
Gracias,
such an
Daniela,
interesting
gracias,
seminar.
Edu, y por
Thanks,
supuesto
Daniela,
todo el
Edu,
equipo del MASP.
and the whole team of
Bueno,
MASP.
una vez más vamos a hablar de la
Once
locura.
again, we're going to talk about madness.
Preparé un
And I
texto
have
muy
prepared
breve,
a very
comentando,
brief text
enfocándome en dos piezas
focusing on certain
que lo
things
titulo como
and
La nave de los
entitled
locos,
The Ship of Fools,
homenaje al Bosco. Y
to
dedico mi presentación a
honor
Osvaldo Sánchez, quien
Bosch. And I
lamentablemente
dedicate
falleció este año.
this presentation to Osvaldo Sanchez,
Jugador
who unfortunately died
mexicano,
this year.
cubano en residencia en México, con el que tuve la
Cuban
fortuna de
who
trabajar.
lived in Mexico, and I
La
had
nave de
the
los locos.
pleasure and fortune of
Una
working with him.
frontera
A ship
no es
of
el
fools, a
punto
border
donde algo
is not the
termina,
point
sino
where
como
something
escribió
ends, but
Heidegger,
as
el lugar donde
Heidegger
algo
wrote,
comienza su
the place
presencia.
where something begins its presence.
Hoy comentaré dos obras de mi autoría,
Today
una
I'll be
reciente
talking
y
about
otra
two of
no
my
tan
works, one
reciente,
recent
en
and
las
one
que
less
he
recent, in
intentado
which
indagar esa
I've tried to
presencia que
explore
se
this
manifiesta de
presence
manera
that
especial
manifests
en
itself
los
in a
espacios
particular way
liminales
in the
generados por la
liminal
enfermedad
spaces
mental.
generated by mental illness.
One Flew Over the Void, Bala
One Flew
Perdida,
Over the
del
Void,
2020, del
Bala
2005,
Perdida
y
from
Das Narrenship,
2005, and
La
Das
Nave de los Locos,
Narrenship,
de
The Ship of
2022.
Fools from
Son
2022,
proyectos
are
realizados en
projects
un intervalo
made
de
a
una década y media
decade and a
que
half
utilizan el
apart
concepto de
that use the
desplazamiento
concept
para
of
explorar un
displacement
espacio
to
intermedio
explore an
donde
in-between
jerarquías como el
space
sentido
where
y el
hierarchies
sinsentido,
such as
el
sense and
centro y la
nonsense,
periferia,
center
la
and
normalidad y la
periphery,
patología
normality and
dejan de ser
pathology
entidades
cease to be
estables.
stable entities.
Ambos proyectos forman
Both
parte de una
projects are
serie de
part of a series of
videoinstalaciones que he
video
venido realizando
installations that I've
desde hace
been
más de 3
making for
décadas
over
en
3 decades
colaboración
in
con personas
collaboration with
marginadas,
marginalized
especialmente
people or
pacientes
outcasts,
psiquiátricos, pero
especially
también individuos con
psychiatric
discapacidad o
patients, but also
inmigrantes que
individuals with
solicitan
disabilities
asilo.
or asylum-seeking
Con ellos
migrants.
trabajo en
I work
colaboración
with them
para crear
collaboratively
narrativas
to create
ficticias
fictional
cercanas a la
narratives
fábula
close
o
to
al mito,
fable or myth,
que ellos luego
which they
actúan con la
perform
intención de
with the
articular
aim of
un discurso
articulating a
colectivo que no
collective
resista
discourse
los
that
conceptos
resists the
hegemónicos que los
hegemonic
marginan y
concepts that
estigmatizan.
marginalize and stigmatize them.
En estas obras incluyo las voces individuales
In
del
my works,
participante,
I include the
al mismo
participants'
tiempo que
individual
trato de
voices, while
articular
at
una
the
voz
same time I
colectiva,
try to
más allá
articulate a
de lo
collective voice
particular,
that goes beyond the
privilegio
particular.
a nosotros frente
This
al
is a
yo.
privilege of
Trato de
us rather
emular
than
en estos
I.
proyectos
I
el
try in
concepto
those
de literatura
projects, I
menor,
try to
tal
emulate
como
the
fue
concept of minor
formulado por
literature as
Deleuze y
formulated
Guattari,
by
cuyas
Deleuze and
características
Guattari,
principales
whose main
consisten
features
en la
are
desterritorialización
deteriorization
del
of
lenguaje
language, the alignment of the individual with political, and the collective enunciation of every utterance.
to
that. And we often adapt or quote existing texts such as Sophocles' Oedipus Rex, Plato's Republic, or Kafka's The Pearl, in order to formulate new collective statements. We also create remakes or new versions of classic films such as Murnau's Nosferatu, Dry's The Passion of Joan Arc, and new meanings to them. The intention is to maintain a non-parasitic relationship to those canonical texts and to use them as tools that are adaptable to other contexts. It's about becoming a nomad or an immigrant in relation to inherited languages. Each of my projects responds to specific questions, but there is a cluster of issues that routinely emerges in most of them. How is normality defined? What is considered pathological or abnormal? How do these definitions affect individuals? What does it mean to live with the stigma of mental illness or disability? Can society learn to exist while respecting differences? The point is not, of course, to answer those questions, but to make them visible by bringing in other points of view. A kind of polyphony, as Bakhtin would like. Paul Klee said, art does not reproduce the visible, it makes visible. I will therefore briefly discuss those two works, revealing part of the process through which they were constructed, showing several images. Sometimes they were in sync with the text, and sometimes they were not. Image 2. One Flew Over the Void of 2005 was in 2023. Sorry. In 2003, he apologized, curator Osvaldo Sanchez, to whom I dedicate this set, invited me to take part in Insight 05, founded in 1992. Insight is a unique exhibition that allowed artists to develop long-term site-specific works within the social-political context of the United States-Mexico border. It was in that setting, and after numerous visits to the border, it takes every 5 years, and it was located in this border between Tijuana and San Diego. It was around that, and visiting the border, One Flew Over the Void was made in 2005. As in other projects, One Flew Over the Void, I worked with a group of psychiatric patients, this time of system-centered mental health of the state of Baja California, Mexicali, the most important psychiatric institution in the region. The goal was to collectively create a spectacle that would be documented on video, together with the process leading up to the final event, an intervention in public space that would resonate significantly across different layers of society beyond the artwork. We see image 3, Playas de Tijuana. You see the point where the border ends the sea. So the border continues and the sea. I was interested in working with the idea of spatial and mental borders in the Tijuana-San Diego context. And to do this, I turn to the traditional circus figure of the human cannonball. Image 4. So David Smith, myself, 20 years ago. 20 years is nothing. Well, 20 years is a lot. The event would be a kind of popular show whose climax would be the launch of a human cannonball across the border between Mexico and the United States, specifically between Playas de Tijuana and Borderfield State Park, the place where the barda, the colloquial name for the fence that separates the two countries. Here we see the rehearsal for this event. Through a series of workshops with the patients at the hospital, we collectively conceived the piece and created a provisional circus that we called Circusism, using the acronym of the psychiatric hospital. After an intense exchange with David, the human cannonball Smith, the world's best-known human cannonball, and then #1 in the Guinness Book of Records, in terms of distance, the patients worked in detail on the show that would take place before the launch. and the set and everything was developed in collaboration with CESAM patients. And a key part of this part with the flag, there was a giant collage composed of fragments of the flags of the United States and Mexico. This flag served as backdrop for the event, hanging on a fence that separates the two countries. We see images recorded on video of CESAM, the patients working and making this gigantic patchwork with the flags of Mexico and the United States that basically it was an illegal act, since the Mexican flag cannot be cut. So that was illegal. Images from 21 to 27. This is a poster, one of the posters that was in Tijuana, inviting people for the event that was part of the publicity campaign that was made by patients. That was very successful. We had over 2,000 people taking part of the event on the launch of the cannonball, human cannonball, on the 25th at 4 p.m. After a month-long publicity campaign, including informational spots on radio and television made by patients themselves, as well as cars driving through the city with loudspeakers announcing the event, we had what had to happen. It began in Playa de Tijuana with a march by the patients carrying banners bearing slogans that referred to the stigmatization of the mentally ill. Texts such as people with mental illness are human beings too, living on meds isn't living, science defines madness, which is more than intelligence, etc. The march ended at the platform where patients gathered together, put on a circus act with their faces covered by animal masks. This performance preceded the final event. David, the human cannonball Smith, was shot out of a large cannon across the fence, marking the border between the United States and Mexico, becoming the first human to cross a border as a projectile. We see an image 28, one flew over the void. Next. So we can see, zoom out the moment he's crossing the border. The trajectory of the human cannonball from one country to the other made it possible to lay bare in a playful way the tensions inherent to the border area. The poetic gesture of flight functioned not only as a political parody with major media impact, but also as a trigger for an image that associated a psychiatric institution with the border itself. The piece clearly addressed one boundary inside another, as if it were a Klein bottle or some other non-guided surface. A few days before the event, I wrote this statement published in the Inside catalog, which I still stand by. Quote, madness, like the circus, inscribes itself outside rational norms. Mental illness can be seen as a liberation from the social, ethical, and linguistic limits imposed by society. One advantage that the mad person shares with the trickster is that they always tell the truth, as the saying goes. It is important to note that in my practice, I maintain a critical relationship with the grotesque suggestion that exhibits otherness as monstrous, a la Barnum and Company. There the asymmetric relationships between object and subject and their inherent fetishism were obvious. In our case, circusism is a self-managed circus that does not seek to stigmatizing exhibition of pathology. On the contrary, the point is that we should enjoy our symptoms and fly over the borders, as one of the patients announcing the event said. Here we have the images continuing. We see the presentation, the part, or the piece is a projectile and various differences. So we have collaboration and dialogue with patients. The second one, or second act, with the cynicism, and the third is the presentation later. So we see the next image
Vemos cómo se mostró la pieza
as
inmediatamente
the
después
part was shown
de
immediately
la presentación
after
inside. Estos son
the
imágenes de la
presentation.
instalación en el Castello de
So these
Liguori.
are images
Encargamos la
of the
construcción a una
installation,
compañía de carpas de
and we
circo,
had
de una
a
pequeña carpa de circo, o sea, pequeña
circus
para
campus
los estándares de la
company
compañía
did it,
circense,
so
pero
quite
grande
smaller, or much
para
smaller
los
for a
estudiantes,
circus company, but quite
para el
huge
espacio del
for
museo,
the
¿no?
space that we had in the museum.
Aquí se ve también la
And here we
bandera
also see the
construida
flag
por los pacientes
built by the
como
patients
telón de fondo del
as a
evento.
backdrop of
El
the
público
event.
podía entrar
And the
dentro de la
audience
carpa,
could
que estaba
go into
tenía
this
el piso cubierto de acerrín y había una proyección de
canvas,
video. Lo
and
vemos
there
en la
was a
imagen siguiente,
projection of video. We see that on the next
donde hay un video que
slide.
documenta todo
So there
el
is a
acto
video
circense
documenting
y la
everything
manifestación
that happened
de
during
los
the
pacientes.
shooting of the human cannonball.
Sigo con la segunda obra.
I'll
Se
continue
trata
with the
de Das
second
Narrenschiff, la nave
part,
de los locos, hecha
the Narrenschiff, the
15
ship of
años
fools.
o poco más después.
That was 15 years
Das
or a bit
Narrenschiff, la
more.
nave de los
The
locos, es
Narrenschiff, the ship
una
of fools, is a
videoinstalación
video
inspirada en el
installation
cuadro de
inspired by
Hieronymus Bosch
Hieronymus
de
Bosch's
1503
paintings from
o
1503
1504
or
y la sátira
1504,
moral
and the
del mismo
moral
título
satire of the
de
same
Sebastian
title by
Brandt, publicada
Sebastian
en
Brandt,
Basilea en
published in
1494.
Basel in
La nave de los locos
1494.
de Das Narrenschiff de Brandt es un
The
relato alegórico de un barco
Narrenschiff, or the ship of
cuenta de
fools,
un
is
barco cargado y
an
tripulado por necios
allegorical
o
tale of a
fools
ship
en
loaded
inglés
with
o locos en
and crewed
español
by
que
fools
zarpa hacia
sailing
Narragón,
toward
el paraíso de los
Narragonia,
tontos.
the paradise
Tanto la
of the
pintura de
fools.
Bosch como el libro de
Both
Brandt,
Bosch's
después ilustrado
painting
por
and
Dürer
Brandt's book,
posteriormente,
which was illustrated
constituyen
by
unas
Dürer
referencias
later,
ineludibles
are
para cualquier persona interesada en
unavoidable
la historia
references
de la
for
locura
anyone interested in the history of
y la
madness
cultura occidental, dentro de la cultura
in
occidental.
Western culture.
Por lo cual era
You can see
ineludible que yo hiciese un
it was
trabajo
unavoidable
sobre esto. Es la
that I
segunda
should do some
vez que
work on
tomo
this. Second
como punto
time
de
that I
partida
take
una
a
obra del
starting
Bosch
point,
en 1996.
a
En
work
el
of
Museo
Bosch in
de Bellas Artes,
1986.
la instalación
We had
titulada
the
La Estación
installation
de la
entitled
Piedra de
the
la Locura, que en inglés se conoce como The Cure of
installation
Folly,
is known
el
as
maravilloso
the
cuadro del Bosco que está
wonderful
enmarcado.
painting of
La nave de
Bosch
los
in
locos se encuentra en el Louvre
the
y se
ship
conoce
of
como
the
la Negritude.
Fools is known
Vemos
as
luego
the
el libro de
Narrenschiff,
Foucault en
the
la imagen
Fools.
que continúa.
We see the book of Foucault, the next one.
Y bueno, tengo que
And
añadir
well,
que muchas de mis
I have to
trabajos ya
add that a
requieren
lot
de
of my works
mucho tiempo de producción y
take a long time of
realizan
production, and they are
comisiones, ¿no?
made
Siempre hay una
in different
institución que
conditions, in
comisiona la obra,
institutions that
que me
commission
comisiona
the
una obra
work.
que
They
consiste
commission a work that
casi siempre en una
is
videoinstalación
usually
realizada en
a video
colaboración con otras
installation
personas,
in
¿no?
collaboration with
En
other
este caso
people.
se trataba
In
de
this case, it
Consumición
was
Turgau, que me invitó a crear una nueva
I
obra
was
en el Cantón
invited,
Suizo de Turgau.
the Kunstmuseum
Ese
Thurgau
era
invited me
el
to
único
create a new
parámetro que
work in the
ellos
Swiss canton of
requerían,
Thurgau,
¿no? Que hiciese una obra en
and
Turgau.
should be in
Entonces decidí
Thurgau. So I
investigar
decided to
en el
investigate
área un episodio en
the area, a
relativamente
relatively
conocido de la
unknown
biografía
episode
de Michel Foucault.
from Michel
Se trata de
Foucault's
su
biography.
visita a
It's
Suiza
his
en
visit to
1964,
Switzerland
donde
in
el joven filósofo
1954 when the
presenció
young
un carnaval
philosopher witnessed
en
a
el que
carnival in
participaban
which
tanto pacientes
both
como personal de la clínica
patients and
psiquiátrica
staff of the
Münsterlinge a orillas
Münsterlinge
del
Psychiatric
lago
Clinic
Constanza.
to
Esta
Park
visita
on
de
the
Foucault
shores of Lake
acumuló
Constance.
en medio de
This
su
unforgettable
investigación,
experience sparked the
la
Foucault's
investigación que
interest in
estaban
the
realizando sobre Ludwig
carnivalesque
Binswanger,
aspects of
en que
madness
obviamente había
and
tenido la
Bismanga,
clínica de
and it was the
Pierre en
clinic
Turgau.
of Bergen in Thurgau.
Esta experiencia inolvidable
This
despertó el interés de
unforgettable
Foucault por los
experience sparked
aspectos carnavalescos
Foucault's
de la
interest in the
locura, que
carnivalesque aspects
posteriormente
of madness,
exploraría en su obra
which he later
fundamental
explored in his
Histoire de
seminal
la
work,
folie, Historias de la locura,
History of
un
Madness,
libro que nos ha marcado a todos, ¿no?
that
Es
has really
natural
struck
que me
us
sienta
all. It's
atraído hacia ese
natural that I
encuentro de
should feel
Foucault con el
drawn to that
carnaval, ya que
encounter between
tuve una
Foucault and the
experiencia
carnival,
similar en mi
since I
infancia
had a
al
similar
presenciar
experience in my
carnavales en
childhood when I
Bárbara,
saw
el
the
hospital
carnival
psiquiátrico
at
donde mi padre
Barbara,
trabajaba
the
como psiquiatra.
psychiatric hospital where my father worked as a
Una vez al año
psychiatrist.
se celebraba el
Once a year, the
carnaval en el
hospital
hospital de
held a
Bárbara,
carnival
una gran fiesta en la que
in that
participaban
place.
tanto
It's
los
a great
pacientes como
party
el
where we
personal,
had patients and staff,
y que incluía un desfile donde
including
ambos
a
participaban por igual
parade in which
en la
both groups
confección de los
participated
disfraces
equally in
y las
designing the
decoraciones, los
costumes and
decorados, los
decorations.
carruajes,
So we had
concursos de
several
belleza. Era
decorations, and there was
realmente un evento muy,
like
muy complejo
a
que
beauty
promovía una
pageant. It It was very complete, taking words, taking place once in the hospital. Not only we had people related to the institution, people that lived surrounding the hospital. That was something that was, well, it's very interesting. It's a continuation of what is known as the Party of the Fools, the Fête of Fools that fascinated Foucault, although he never wrote very much about that. One of the things that is very interesting, that is special of the carnival here, is that some patients changed their uniforms with the white aprons of the staff, and so the result, the unsuspecting visitors couldn't tell who was a patient and who was a doctor. I knew them. I knew both the doctors and the patients since I was young, because my father took us to the hospital, but it was kind of delirious to see doctors wearing patients' clothes and the other way around for a couple of days. This topsy-turvy world created a paradigmatic image that has never left me and is one of the main sources of inspiration for my work. Rereading Foucault, I decided then to recreate the allegory of the Ship of the Fools as a carnivalesque event on Lake Constance with the participation of psychiatric patients living in the region. We see images from 35.
According to Foucault, the motif of the Ship of Fools originated in the common practice of expelling mentally ill people from European urban centers and confining them to ships. Foucault writes in the chapter titled Stutifera Navis in his History of Madness, and I quote, "Locked in the ship from which there is no escape, the madman is handed over to the thousand-armed river, to the thousand-road sea, to the great uncertainty outside everything. He is prisoner in the midst of the freest, the most open of roads. He is firmly chained to the infinite crossroads. He is the passenger par excellence, that is, the prisoner of the voyage. We do not know on which land he will disembark, nor do we know when he does disembark, from what land he comes. He has truth and homeland only in that barren expanse between two lands that cannot belong to him." In the video installation, Das Narrenschiff, the Ship of Fools, the ship is reinterpreted as an image that can represent a sense of hope for those who have been symbolically expelled from society because of mental illness. At the end of the day, this is very similar to what we saw before. Together, they embark on a symbolic journey in search of a new Narragonia, where the definitions of normality and pathology crumble and stigma disappears. I'll now describe the process leading up to the voyage, which we saw in the images. I organized a mask-making workshop with the patients, assisted by Verena Steiger, an artist who continues a century-old tradition of crafting masks for the Swiss Carnival. The group was trained by Verena in the meticulous process of modeling masks in clay and wax, so that each member of the group could create their own mask, inspired by the masks that Foucault had seen at the carnival in the Musterlingen Psychiatric Clinic. These masks were used in the video we made, together with costumes evoking the 15th century. Here we see the images. I have 56 here. The patients also participated in a workshop that we organized with German musician Johannes Otzbrugger, a celebrated lute player. In this workshop, Johannes introduced the group to the lute and to Renaissance music. The patients then wrote poems that Otzbrugger set to music and that they performed in the video. Here we can see the technique that was used to put these poems together. So we can see the interventions that we had. Everyone could intervene. Collaborators in this workshop ended up making it more complicated for us. We actually created a Dadaist collage, but this is how everyone was able to contribute. They contributed with songs that work as anthems in this work. So once again, we see the concept of polyphony, collective creation. Masks are key elements in many of these videos. This is something important to mention, and they play a particularly prominent role in both One Flew Over the Void, Bala Perdida, and Das Narrenschiff, The Ship of Fools. They have always been key, they have always been a motif. The mask has always been associated with transformation and metamorphosis. Catalan poet Juan Eduardo Cirló says that all transformation is somewhat mysterious and somewhat shameful at the same time, because the equivocal and the ambiguous arise at the moment when something changes in order to be something else, while still being what it was. Hence the need for the mask, which he compares to a chrysalis. Paraphrasing Heidegger and the quotation we mentioned at the beginning of this talk, we could say that the mask is not the object that hides an identity, but rather the place where its presence, quote-unquote, is revealed. The mask makes visible that which is invisible. This also has to do with a persona. But the mask has a magical and religious character and is often used in initiation rites. But the mask is also key to the celebration of Carnival. So we go back to the concept of Carnival. It is at the core of this conversation. As Bakhtin said, everything in its world lives at the very border of its opposite. The use of the Carnivalesque in my work is related to its potential to create a collective experience that blurs the roles of actors and spectators, granting political agency to a group of people that is fragmented around the psychiatric institution. Carnival is an event where boundaries are challenged. It creates a space where one can move freely, defying hierarchies such as sense and nonsense, order and disorder, reason and unreason, just as the image of the Ship of Fools does. While One Flew Over the Void presents in spatial terms a displacement that could be represented as an arc that transgresses norms as strict as the geopolitical border between Mexico and the US, or the very definition of normality and pathology as used by psychiatric institutions, using the circus to review a road turned upside down, the Ship of Fools proposes a more complex nomadic topography, one that is harder to pin down. The wandering movement of the passengers on my Ship of Fools seems to suggest an inner journey, a journey in which masks and mirrors become interchangeable. It is a new world where borders no longer exist. Thank you.
Obrigada, Javier, por la presentación y compartir con nosotros un poco sobre el proceso que has desarrollado a lo largo de tanto tiempo trabajando con pacientes. Tenemos algunas preguntas. Primero te quería preguntar sobre...
Working with these patients for so long. Thank you so much for sharing your process. We have a few questions here. First, I'd like to ask you to please talk about this collaboration. I believe that sometimes there's tension in the work, tension between collaboration and control. Please talk about moments when you disagreed with patients, or maybe other times where patients actually convinced you to change the work, to change your journey. Because this could be one of these processes that turn into Dadaism. I'd love to go further into these processes involving collaboration, tension, and any misunderstandings that could lead to creative surprises. Of course, I'd like to clarify that my work is not necessarily collective work. It is performed collectively. First, because to me, it's not really pleasant to always work with the same peoples. I love working in episodes. I love creating the epiphany of what appears when we work with someone. So it's not that they would actually create reviving the work of an author. We have a clear author here, me, but I'm in conversation with other people. This is why we have polyphony in my presentation. This is why we have polyphony in my work, because we can constitute it through lots of different voices. But control is needed in this process, and control starts from the concept of working with this group of people. And this control was described by Foucault, for instance, in The Ship of Fools, in the book The History of Madness. And this is also related to the locations I work in. I usually work with people who have some kind of relationship with art and with these institutions. So they help us with control. They help me with control because they know their patients and their physicians. My work is a conversation involving all of these elements. And in every conversation, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. It's a very playful relationship. In the film The Passion of Joan d'Arc, one of the patients is advocating for electric shocks. And I disagree with that, but I didn't have the authority to stop her from saying that. But as the author of this work, I can edit it. I can say, okay, so we have this small group within this collective experience. And we must understand that lots of the collaborators I work with didn't know each other before coming to work with me. So that's where they met, within the opportunity of working with me and being a part of my work. And this is already a very specific relationship that starts existing in the work itself. But yes, sometimes we do feel the tension between patients, between themselves. And I sometimes have to moderate these conversations or to ask somebody to do that, so that we actually have a process that really focuses on the work and its results. You know, for those who don't know psychiatric processes, whenever we create these works, we always have doctors with us. Let's say a therapist who is going to take care of patients. Or is that not the case? Are these just individuals who want to be a part of it, and there's no actual doctor in this experience? It depends. We have specific structures for specific projects. We've created works with patients who were hospitalized. In one of them, they were hospitalized in the Cezanne Center. In these cases, of course, we need someone there. I have what I would call a passport to get access to those places, but I don't belong there. So there is this connection between patients and doctors. And you have to get their trust, both patients and institutions. And it's easy to do that because they see our commitment. It's very rare that we get a negative response by institutions. But I don't necessarily have someone overseeing the whole process. Just like in any type of creative work, this is therapeutic work, but it's not in their treatment protocol created by the doctors from that institution. So we need doctors to be there, but not necessarily, because it's not in the treatment protocol. I've worked with people who had a diagnosis of mental illness, and they were doing psychiatric work as an outpatient clinic in independent centers. Centers that work below the umbrella of the psychiatric hospital as an outpatient center. We see that this is common practice for many psychiatric institutions.
Bueno, con esto del permiso me interesa porque en mi experiencia
Our next question is related to authorizations. In my experience, getting permission to go into these places varies according to the country or the culture. So this question is, whenever working with madness, both in Europe and Latin America, is there a difference? Do you have a different cultural structure or perspective regarding madness in these two regions of the world? And how different is it to address madness in Venezuela or in Switzerland, for instance? Regarding authorizations, for many, many years, I've only worked with patients who want to be a part of this project voluntarily. This means that people are not joining my project because a physician told them to do so. And their participation could last many months. Sometimes they change their minds and they stop attending. So we actually stick to the group of people who want to be with us. Sometimes, in this case, yes, these people are hospitalized, but this does not mean that I could be filming any venue in these hospitals. At the Cezanne Center, I was filming their yard, and this yard was the space that we used for our meetings and workshops. Now, cultural differences really matter, both in terms of the mental illness and how it manifests, and in terms of how it's addressed by society. Most of my works were performed in Europe and Latin America, so I don't have any experience with other cultures, unfortunately. I've never done any work in an African country. I've done very little in Asia. And in these cases, I wasn't working with patients. I was just working in a psychiatric institution. But you know what's interesting? One of the few times when I got a no from an institution, I was in the US. In the Human Cannonball Project, we had an event with patients from San Diego and from the Mexican side of the border. And there was this group of poets in Tijuana as well. And first, the psychiatric institution said yes, they gave us their permission. But then they understood the political side of our project and they stepped back. They didn't want to get involved. There was this kind of stigma as an institution because of our political affiliation. They didn't want people to go against this institution. And at the end of the day, I thought that the Mexican hospital was actually more interesting than the one in San Diego. Well, among the patients with famous works in the US, I think Ramirez was hospitalized in the city of San Diego, right? I'm not sure, maybe in California, but potentially in another city. I'd like to change gears a bit. I'd love to talk about another work performed in Mexico. In this case, not only do you revisit the steps of Artaud in the mountain range, but you also translate this play to stop judgment, godly judgment, with Antonin Artaud. I know you did it in the radio. So please talk about the connection between the works with Antonin Artaud, Madness, and your work with the Tarahumaras indigenous community and representation. And please talk about your collaboration with them, not only Artaud's.
Mi relación con Artaud es una relación casi que infantil, ¿no? O sea, mi padre...
Well, we had a cultural shock there. My relationship with Artaud is, from my childhood. My father is a Catalan psychiatrist, and Soler was Artaud's psychiatrist. The only psychiatrist Artaud liked or accepted. So there is a cooperation between Artaud and Solern, published in the complete work of Gaimard. When Artaud dies, they make a mask. And this mask, if I'm not mistaken, has been kept for many years to fund the epic publication of Calimard's work that had been made. One of the copies was sent to Solern. And as a child, I visited Solern. I remember the presence that the mask had in the library of Dr. Solern. So I heard of Artaud from his face, from his facial representation. So I was always fascinated with the idea of making works based on Artaud, which was impossible. I tried to do with the Mexican event. That was the first piece that we made for theater that talks about the idea of conquering Mexico. I tried to do this with the patients from the psychiatric hospital in Mexico City. And that was the piece I presented. And after that, I repeated Artaud's trip to the mountain range. And what is said is that Artaud found madness in this meeting with the coyote, with the chamanes. And after some research, I found the places in which Artaud was and the places he visited. And then I decided to make a version, well, the first translation made to Artaud's language, to end with this Judgment of God, the last work of Artaud that is very well known and banned. So we wanted to return to Artaud everything that was taken from him. If we look at his work from this travel in 1936, from then onwards, there are many references in the text. So the idea was to obtain such information presented in the exhibition, and we had a radio broadcast to show that in action. So this is totally unaccepted. Many people did not accept Artaud's text. They listened to the radio show, but they didn't pay attention to it. But some took part in the debate. And then they pointed to the fact that Artaud had become ill because he followed the wrong path, the peyote's path. This is the narrative or the story I heard. But in the play, what we wanted to show, or in this piece, we wanted to show what happens to a French white man. And this is a text that describes what happens and how he describes himself. And I believe that Artaud's text is very touching and very much related to this radio show. I think it's very interesting to see how they've changed this clinical Western view. I imagine that it's taken to madness since, he got mad because he took the wrong path, not because there was some kind of diagnosis of a Western doctor. It's interesting, but it is not a disease. It's not such madness. This is not what they talked about. It was a disease of the soul. And there is huge differences between one and the other when we think about the mental illness. We have more questions, but I think we've talked about different contexts in which you've worked. You've already talked about patients being authors or not, but you are the author and you create this polyphony within the work. To wrap up, I'd like to ask you a specific question. This is such a well-known work of Bosco in which he depicts chaos. It's important on the pace and how everything goes slowly. This pace is very slow. I'd like to understand that. Slowness is the result of the surroundings. The idea of the lake is a huge lake of Constance, and being there with the patients has created a kind of relationship in which there was this kind of affection, as it's been mentioned in the previous session. So there was this affection between patients and the other collaborators that took part of the film, including people in charge of sound and the recording. So we were there at the lake, and we had some boats just in case of emergency, and we had the possibility of rescuing somebody who was not feeling well to take the person from the lake to the shore. But we spent a long time in the water, and I had never had this type of experience. I had never sailed before, and I had never had such type of experience. I think it was the case of many collaborators who had this experience for the first time. This created this very special temporality, and I believe it goes against Bosco and the classical Foucault text, which has been messages, passengers by excellence. So there is a positive image. The ship is a ship that will save. It's just as if it is Noah's Ark. And it's a ship, that depicts or represents a prison. I'd like to tell you that Javier published a book on Bispo do Rosario, and I do hope you managed to read it. And I'd like to thank Javier for his presence, for being with us, for his ethics he used in all his works, as is the case on the Book of Madness. I'd like to thank MASP's team, the interpreters, and everyone working with us, the sign language interpreters, all the staff for the support to make this seminar possible. I'd like to thank everyone that has virtually connected, and I think we can actually close our session, and I'll be looking forward to seeing you tomorrow.